Procedural Court, case number CCV 21 of 2021. Straight versus Zandile and others.
A. Lakan appearing for the state in this matter. I believe my lady will ask for my learned friends to place themselves on record and for the accused who wish to appear for.
Okay, well that's fine, but first tell me that we are ready to proceed with the matter before we do that.
Yes, my lady, the state is ready to proceed.
Will each of the counsel place themselves on record once again?
Please, the court, my lady.
And then I also need you to confirm that your clients, the accused, are indeed present in court, because we have no numbers to identify them. And I will take it on your word that your clients are present in court.
Indeed, my lady. I confirm that I appear for accused 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8. It's Naidu in.
Mr. Naidu.
And all of my accused are present.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady, I appear together with my learned friend, Mr. Mlaba, for accused number 3, Mr. Nzuza. And I confirm that Mr. Nzuza is here in court. Yes, accused.
Is it there? Thank you.
That's the court, please. Lady, I appear for accused 10, 11, and 12.
Okay, so what about accused number 5? We're taking it
Ms.
to
Collins.
order.
My lady, counsel is more important. I think that's why he jumped out.
We're not going to have the status story in my court. Accused number 4 is represented by
Mr. Naidu.
Mr. Naidu. And see, it's not. Okay, number 9. No, number 5.
My lady, I appear for accused 5, Khalid's initial I, and he is present in court.
Thank you. And then Ms. Ntuli.
My lady, I appear for accused number 9, and I'm Ntuli, initials NTL, and she is present in court.
Thank you. Mr. Accused 10 to.
Yes, my lady, please. I appear for accused 10, 11, and 12, Jorgensen P, and the 2 are present in court. The other one's a juristic person.
Accused number 13.
My lady, I appear for accused 13 and 14, Ramata, initial R, both accused.
And number 18.
May it please the court, my lady, I confirm that I appear for accused 18 to 22. These are 3 natural persons and 2 entities, and my clients are present.
Thank you. So we are ready to proceed.
My lady, I see you are overlooking me again.
So sorry. That now we are going to blame my registrar.
And that will interfere with my fees.
Accused
I appear
number?
for accused number 15 to 18, my lady. 15, 16, and 17.
And the name again was Mr. Magigaba.
That's correct, my lady. And the accused are present in court.
Thank you, Mr. Magigaba. Sorry about that. So, Ms. Lockett, have you discussed with counsel the need to read out every charge and whether accused will dispense with that need that they do understand?
State has taken direction from the court and has discussed same, my lady, and we have come to a decision that where the charges relate to multiple counts, the entire schedule will not be read into the record, and it will be agreed as deemed to be read when I get to that point. So the state will refer to the relevant schedule and the number of counts.
Is there a need to be reading each and every count into the record if counsel have read? It's one way of dispensing with each charge to be read, whether the accused are prepared for that. Has counsel considered that?
My lady,
Do the accused want each and every charge to be read out?
my lady, at the outset, my attitude was that we could dispense with the reading of the indictment, and my accused would plead in respect of each of the individual counts. If my lady is inclined to have the the charges read, we could very well dispense with the reading of the preamble and deal only with the individual counts, where the state would read out that particular count, and then each of the accused that are affected by that count will record their plea. Now, I have canvassed with the rest of my colleagues for the defense. None of us have prepared Section 115 statements that will be read into the record. So the defense is...
Do you intend preparing such
No, we don't.
Okay.
We don't. We simply want to record
Yes.
that the plea of not guilty and that the state is put to the proof of all of the allegations in respect of each of the counts. So we may dispense with the first 63 pages, 61 pages of the indictment, and then the state need only read out from count 1, which appears on my page 63.
So, count 1, and then each count just briefly, just what the count is.
Yes.
You don't need the whole story read out.
Correct.
So count 1 is the pattern of racketeering through an enterprise, count 2, so onwards. So,
The state stance in the matter is that when it comes to the general preamble, the state may refer to the general preamble that it is just the statutory framework upon which the charges were framed. Then the state would like to read the general preamble to the racketeering.
is there a
And
need
then-
for that to read the whole preamble? If counsel have confirmed, and we will have to do that counsel have confirmed through the accused, with the accused, and we would have to confirm with the accused as well, that they understand all the charges and the preamble.
As I indicated, my lady, that I don't have a problem with the general preamble, but the state would like to read the preamble in relation to the racketeering is just 2 pages.
That's fine? Okay.
And then dispense with the reading of pages sort of 1 to 57, 50,
No.
56.
56. Or my page?
Page 56, 57 starts with the common purpose and participation.
Okay, so now to begin with, my 58 is where the common purpose and participation starts. So we need to make sure
that we're on the same
that we're
page.
going to have the same indictment before all of us. I don't know how everybody else's indictment is numbered, but my page 58 has the details of accused 22 as point number 40, and then the common purpose and participation.
Can I just clarify with my learned friends as to how
Mine
their
is-
pages read?
Mine is in line with my
With
lady's.
the as well as the interpreter's copy we read. And everybody else's indictment, is it in line
I
with
think it was
mine?
a paragraph, when you printed it, it was a paragraph that went off, and that's how the page number just dropped. But we can refer to the headings, my lady, and I don't think
It is important for the page number, so just to ensure that everybody has the
I'll
same
make a
document,
note of it.
including our interpreter. So, just to commence then, we're going to have to ensure afterwards that your pages correspond with my bound document, because having to redo this whole thing is going to be a nightmare.
As the clerk pleases.
Sorry, my lady, before. I didn't finish. What I was suggesting is that in respect of the individual counts,
Yeah.
count be read out, and then each of the accused be called upon to record their plea, and then we move on to the next one. It would make it easier for my lady to record the pleas and have them all directly below the
Each count.
each count.
That's, but I also believe there was at some point some objection to a charge by one of the accused. Is that still?
Mine has been abandoned. My
Yes,
objection
no,
has
there
been
was
abandoned.
somebody else that indicated,
Mr.
Mr. Magigaba,
Ours is abandoned, my lady.
abandoned it. So there, at this point, there are no objections.
Not at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. Then the best way would be to record under each plea as we go along.
Yes, my lady,
Under
I do
each
agree.
charge, sorry, the plea.
So it would appear that we would now start with the reading of the indictment from page 58, which will be common purpose and participation.
And
For the purposes of the interpreter, it will be page 57.
okay, and as you go along, just do it in a paragraph at the time so the interpreter can interpret as we go along.
As my lady pleases. Before I proceed with the reading out of page 58, I have noticed from the court file with the assistance of Ms. Kutsia that the copy of the authorization in terms of section 2, subsection 4 of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act 121 of 1998, which is a racketeering certificate, was not in the file. It was, however, filed with the indictment. My lady, I have made 2 copies, one for the court and one for the court file. May I proceed
Yes,
with
you
the
may.
indictment? Starting on paragraph common purpose and participation, it is further alleged that at all times relevant to this indictment, a common purpose existed between the accused to commit the crimes as set out in the charges below. Precisely where, when, and in what manner the common purpose will form is at present unknown to the state. The state does, however, allege that the common purpose was in existence at the latest shortly before and for the duration of the commissions of the offense. Paragraph 2.
No, so let us
Sorry,
stop this, it
paragraph 1.
can be interpreted,
Yes,
please.
Kanjalo ke mshishisi lapha ke ukuthi ke kuyacaca ukuthi ke leli cala lenziwa ngombono omunye nanganhlosonye kulabo ke ababamba iqhaza kulo futhi ke kubeka nokuthi ke ngezikhathi zonke njengoba kuvela laphana ke ohlelo lokuthula kwamacala ukuthi kwasetshenzwa lapha ke ngalendlela yokuba umqondo munye esibiza phecelezi i-common purpose kuko konke lokho kwavezwa lapha njengoba ke amacala wonke la ngaphansi azobeveza lokho nokuthi ke uqoboqobo ke le ndaba njengoba kuhlanganiswa lapha ke ukwenziwa lento kukhona la umbuso noma kuhlanganiswa umshishisi lungena uqonda okupheleleyo ngakho-ke noma kunjalo uhlanganiswa lomshishisi unako lokuthi ke lingagcizelela ekutheni wonke la macala enziwa kusetshenziswa le ndlela yokuba umqondo munye nangesikhathi lapho kungaba maleshana noma nje ngaphambilana kancane ukuthi kushaye lesi sikhathi sokwenziwa la macala kwabo kade kuvumelene.
Thank you. Paragraph 2. It is further alleged that accused 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9 actively associated themselves with the common purpose and worked together to manipulate the procurement processes or to ensure the achievement of their common goal, that orders or contracts be awarded to specific suppliers, being the business entities, namely accused 12, 14, 17, and 20, represented by accused 10, 11, 13, 15, and 16, 18, 19, and 21.
Okunye ke kutholakala lapha ke masicabela phambili ukuthi ke umangalo lokuqala, wesibili, wesithathu, wesine, nowesihlanu kanye nowesishiyagalolunye. Ibona ke singathi babe ngobhongoza lapha phecelezi actively associated lapho babe ngobhongoza kwenziweni ke kwala macala njalo belubonke nganhlosonya noma ngomqondo munye besebenzisana ukuba ke basebenze ngalendlela yokuyengela ophathe ukuze ke kutholakale uqinisekiswe ukuthi ke indlela lethulo labo abanhlanganisile liyaphumelela phecelezi common goal ukuze ke bese ke kukhishwa ke manje na ke esingathi phecelezi lokhu kuthiwa ngamathenda noma ke kunikeza abantu igunya lokuthi kube yibo abazokhipha le mpahla ukuze ibhizinisi lisebenze kahle kusetshenziswa lapha ke umangalelwa kuyo 12 noma nganye ngithi 12 14, 17 no-20 ababemele ke ilaba bamangalola abalandelayo ke u-10, u-11, u-13, u-15, u-16, u-18, u-19 kanye no-21.
Paragraph 3, it is further alleged that accused 1 to 22, who were employees within the administration of the eThekwini municipality, business entities, councillors of the eThekwini municipality, their political constituents, associates, and persons proximate to the political organization of accused number 1 and 2, actively associated themselves with the common purpose and worked together to manipulate the procurement process to ensure that the common goal of the DSW tender being awarded to specific, to the next page, suppliers being the business entities, namely accused number 12, accused number 14, accused number 17, and accused number 20.
Kubeka umbuso kubeka ukuthi ke umangalelo ke wokuqala kuze kube kulo amashumi amabili we-1 to 22 bona abangabasebenzi abakhona laphana ke ohlelweni lokulawula kumasipala waseThekwini namabhizinisi akhona kufaka phakathi namakhansela ke akhona lapho eThekwini kamasipala kanye nozakwabo kanye nabaxhumana nabo ngokomsebenzi asohlangothini ke bepolitiki babe sebekezi bezimbandakanya bezihlanganisa nalo umsebenzi owenziwa lapha ke ukufaka phakathi nezinhlangano zepolitiki kusetshenziswa ke lapha ke umangalelo wokuqala nowesibili nabo abazigaxa ngempela kulolu daba ukubonisisa nokuqikelela ukuthi ke injongo ababehlangene ngayo bemqondonene iyaphumelela ukuzuza lo abafunayo ukuze ke manje ke u-DSW lo amathenda akhe akwazi ukuthi aphume aye lapho befisa ukuthi aye khona ukuphumelelisa ke izinhloso zabo lokho ke okwakufaka phakathi umangalelo ngo-12 no-14 kanye ke no-17 beno-20.
Paragraph 4. Further, alternatively, it is alleged that at all relevant times, where an accused was not the actual perpetrator, he or she associated himself or herself with the acts or omissions committed or omitted by the other accused and shared their intention to commit the crimes as set out in the charges.
Kungenjalo ke isigaba sesine kungahlelwa ke kusigatshana esingaphansana ngokwe benza noma ngamandla kunalezi ezingenhla okungukuthi ke kungenzeka ukuthi omunye kubamangalela akabambanga iqhaza gaqa lakhe ekwenziweni kwalamacala kodwa ke wazimbandakanya nokwakwenziwa noma yena engenzanga ukuba ke kube khona ukwephula kwecala okwenziwayo noma angenzi lokho obekufanele akwenze ngamabomu eqa ke ezinye izinto ezingafanele ukweqiwa uma kwenziwa umsebenzi onje lokho kwenziwa ngokuthi ke lamacala ababhekene nawo babe bawenza kumele.
Paragraph 5. Alternatively, the accused are guilty as the actual perpetrators or accomplices or accessories after the fact to the crimes as set out in this indictment.
Uma ke kungazokuba njengoba kubekwe ngenhla sokungaba lokho okubekwa ngezansi ke esigabeni esingu-5 okungukuthi ke bonke abamangalelwa bangabenzi baleli cala kanye lamacala ababhekene nawo noma babehambisana ngokuvumelana kanhlosonye nangamqondo munye kuwo lamacala abadwese wona njengobuhlu lwamacala kusho nje.
Preamble in relation to the racketeering offences, counts number 1 to 4. Paragraph 6. Whereas Section 2 of the Prevention of Organised Crime Act 121 of 1998. Within brackets, the Act describes the offences relating to racketeering activities.
Okwesithupha-ke lokho-ke sekungaba okungenani bathweswe-ke icala abamangalelwa ngoko kuthiwa-ke phecelezi section 2 obhekene nokuba kungaphulwa imithetho ongu-121 ka-1998 lowo mthetho-ke obhekene nokwenziwa kwamacala ngokuhweba noma ukuhwebelana ngendlela engekho emthethweni.
Paragraph 7, and whereas Section 1 of the Act defines an enterprise as including any individual, partnership, corporation, association, or other juristic person or legal entity, and any union or group of individuals associated in fact, although not a juristic person or legal entity.
Noma ke lokho kungenza sokusigaba sesikhombisa sikhuluma ngabo ukuchaza ke lento yalolu hwebo esikhuluma ngalo noma ukuhwebelana ngokungekho emthethweni ngoko ukuthi umuntu angazingenela kuyo lokho noma asigaxe yena ngokwakhe noma asabe nasebenzisana nabo phecelezi partnership noma ke kube lokho esasithi thina kuqala ucooperation kusho ukuthi ke angene lapho umuntu ngokuzihlanganisa ekwenzeni lo msebenzi kuleyo ndawo akuyo ngabe ungena ngasohlangothini lwengalo yezomthetho noma ke umuntu uyazifaka nje ngokwakhe kulawo kuloko kwenziwa ke kwamacala engekezongena ngengalo yomthetho.
Paragraph 8. And whereas Section 1 of the Act defines a pattern of racketeering activity as the planned, ongoing, continuous, or repeated participation or involvement in any offence referred to in Schedule 1, of which one of the offences occurred after the commencement of the Act, and the last offence occurred within 10 years, within brackets, excluding any period of imprisonment, close brackets, after the commission of such prior offence referred to in Schedule 1.
Kungenjalo-ke kungaba-ke ukuchaza lokhu yona indlela leyo yokuhweba ngokungemthetho amahwebisana ngokungemthetho njengokwenza umsebenzi ngendlela-ke ehleliwe eqhubekayo njalo njalo noma kwenziwa kuphindaphindwa ukuba umuntu-ke ade ebamba iqhaza ezifaka okwenziweni kwalamacala kwesikhuluma ngalo kuhla lokuqala okungaba-ke ngamacala lawa-ke enzeka ngasemva kokuba isenzo lesokanye umthetho lo wenzekile njengoba kubhaliwe lapha phansi ukuthi-ke kungaba isikhathi esingaphansi kweminyaka elishumi phecelezi 10 years ngaphandle-ke uma kuzobeka lokhu-ke okulapha ngenhla okuthiwa-ke isikhathi sokuboshwa noma sokuba-ke ngaphansi kwengalo yomthetho emva kokwenza-ke leli cala njengoba-ke kushiwo laphana-ke kuhlo lwamacala phecelezi uSchedule 1.
Paragraph 9, and whereas the Act provides that any person who receives or retains any property derived directly or indirectly from a pattern of racketeering activity is guilty of an offence and knows or ought reasonably to have known that such property is so derived, and uses or invests directly or indirectly any part of such property in the acquisition of any interest in, or in the establishment or operations or activities of any enterprise is guilty of an offence as set out in Section 2, subsection 1, subsection A.
Kungenjalo-ke ngaba lokho kusesigabeni sesishiyagalolunye 9 la-ke umthetho-ke uchaza khona kahle ukuthi-ke uma umuntu-ke ezozigaxa ezindabeni ezinje noma emsebenzini-ke onje eloko-ke okwesithi thina abantu-ke ukuthenga ebafaneni ukuba-ke manje uthole impahla noma uthenga impahla ngokungemthetho noma oyibonayo nawe ukuthi ayihambanga ngemigudu efanele kwezohwebo kodwa noma kunjalo uzifake phakathi. Lokho-ke kusho ukuthi-ke umuntu ngokwenza leyo nto thola leyo mpahla ebivele itholakale ngokomthetho kuba-ke seba ngomunye naye ofanele ukuboshwa amakuboshwa labo abakwenzile lokho noma yena engakwenzanga kusho ukuthi-ke uzigaxe yena ecaleni njengoba-ke kusection 2 laphana-ke esho isigajana sokuqala esinokupheli.
It seems like my warning was was ignored. Whose cell phone has gone off in my court? Somebody's cell phone has gone off in my court. Whose cell phone is it? Are you one of the accused? No. The next phone that goes off will be confiscated.
Kuthiwa-ke angakhala umakhalekhukhwini le nkantolo bakwethu usuke umuntu aboshweke kanti bonke omakhalekhukhwini alokhu bekala la enkantolo bonke bazophika utolika.
Paragraph 10, and whereas the Act provides that any person who receives or retains any property directly or indirectly on behalf of any enterprise and knows or ought reasonably to have known that such property derived or is derived from or through a pattern of racketeering is guilty of an offence as set out in section 2 subsection 1 subsection B.
Nesigatshana keseshumi sisasho bona lokho ukuthi umuntu mayezigaxa ngokungafanele ezintweni zohwebo ezinje noma ukuthenga ngaba ukuthengiselana kodwa kuseyikho bona lokho esibizwa ukuthi uthenge bafanele kusho ukuthi-ke uzifakile nawe ngale ndlela-ke manje osokuchaza section 2 isigaba sokuqala B.
Paragraph 11, and whereas the Act provides that any person who acquires or maintains directly or indirectly in any interest in or control of any enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity is guilty of an offence as set out in section 2 subsection 1 subsection D.
Kanti-ke laphana-ke ku-11 ishumi elinomuvo kusachazwa yona nje ukungalungi kwendaba yokuthenga nokuthengiselana ngomuhwebo olungekho endaweni efaneleyo kodwa-ke manje kuthiwa uma kungekona lokho okungenhla sokungaba-ke lokho okungenzansi section 2 isigaba 1 bese kuba u-D.
Paragraph 12, and whereas the Act provides that any person who, whilst managing or employed by or assisted with any enterprise conducts or participates in the conduct directly or indirectly of such enterprise affairs through a pattern of racketeering activity is guilty of an offence as set out in section 2 subsection 1 subsection E.
Na kuyishumi nambili kusasho into efanayo kodwa kusetshenziswa-ke manje izinga nesigaba somsebenzi noma ngabe uqashiwe kodwa naye uma esebenzisa le ndlela yokuthengiselana uhwebo olungazange lubeke ngokusemthethweni nakhona lapho umuntu usazigaxa enkingeni ngokwakhe njengoba-ke manje sokuchaza ku-section 2 or isigajana sokuqala sekuvulwa nge-E.
Paragraph 13, and whereas the Act provides that any persons who manages the operations of activities of any enterprise and knows and ought reasonably to have known that any person whilst employed by or associated with the enterprise conducts or participates in the conduct directly or indirectly of such enterprise affairs through the pattern of racketeering activity is guilty of a criminal offence as set out in section 2 subsection 1 subsection F.
Kuphinde kulindele phanayo-ke esigabeni seshumi elinantathu yokuxwayisa ukuthi umuntu angafanelanga ukuzifaka la uma uzifaka kulolu hlobo olunjeni la kusuke kusetshenziswe khona umkhonyovu ekwenziweni kwanoma luphi uhlobo olwenziwayo umuntu usuke ezifaka enkingeni angagwetshwa inkantolo phecelezi i-criminal offence. Ngokwa-section-ke manje 2 isigatshana 1 laphana-ke okuno-F khona.
Paragraph 14, and whereas the Act provides that any person who conspires or attempts to commit any of the offences set out in Section 2, subsection 1, subsection A2, Section 2, subsection 1, subsection F, Section 2, subsection 1, subsection G, is guilty of an offence, a criminal offence.
Kungenjalo-ke esigatshaneni manje seshumi elinane 14 kungaba ukuthi-ke umuntu uzifaka ekusungulweni kwetulo noma-ke azame ukwenza itulo libe yimpumelelo. Itulo lona lelo lohlobo olungalungile nolungezi ngendlela efanele, lokho-ke manje kweshumi elinane sokuchazwa khona section 2 isigatshana sokuqala A, sesibili isigatshana sokuqala ngo-F, sesibili isigatshana sokuqala ngo-G. Kuko konke lokho kusuke kuchazwa khona ukuthi umuntu owenza lento uzigaxile ecaleni.
Paragraph 15, and whereas at all relevant times to the indictment, accused 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 were a group of individuals associated in fact and thus formed an enterprise as defined in Section 1 of the Act and as envisaged in Sections 2, 1, subsection 1, subsection A, 2, Section 2, subsection 1, subsection F, the accused may use of inter alia the following legal registered entities to wit: accused number 12, Ilanga; accused number 14, Uzunigela; accused number 17, Ompile; accused number 20, El Shaddai, to provide continuity of structure for the unlawful activities of the enterprise.
Yebo, uyisigaba ke seshumi elinesihlanu manje ku-15 ubeka kona lokho ukuthi laba banamangalela abalandelayo benza kona lokho okuthiwa akufanele ukuba kwenziwe. Lowo mangalelwa-ke umangalelo wokuqala, sibili, wesithathu nowesine kufaka phakathi nowesihlanu. Bona-ke baba yiqeqebana lethimba abalihlanganisa benza-ke isigunganyana lesi-ke esizobe sesingena laphana-ke kwezokuqokelana njengoba kuchaza-ke laphana-ke ku-section 1 kwalo mthetho wethu besikhuluma ngawo ngenhloso yokwenza kona lokho kwephula lokho ebesixwayiswa ngabo kusigatshana esika-section 2 sokuqala lapho kufakwa A isigaba sesibili, section 2 isigatshana sokuqala esifakwa F. Lapha-ke benza lokhu-ke ngokuvumelana namadlosonye baze baba-ke impela baba barejista leli qembu labo lokwenza lo msebenzi-ke ukuze basebenzisane manje nommangalelwa weshumi elinambili 12 laba kuthiwa khona-ke ilanga ishumi elinane phecelezi 14 igama lithiwa-ke uzuzinikele weshumi elinesikhombisa phecelezi 17 Omphile no-20 lapho kuthiwa khona-ke El Shaddai ukuze-ke manje bethole-ke ebesithi phecelezi amathenda okwenza lo msebenzi-ke kodwa lokho kwenziwa ngendlela engengathethwa.
Paragraph 16 and 17 will read as follows: and whereas the accused are all associated with the enterprise, paragraph 17, and whereas the purpose of their association was to influence and manipulate the DSW contracts via the SCM system of the eThekwini municipality. The new DSW contract was then classified as a special project, wherein accused number 4, on the instructions of accused number 1 and 2, within brackets, the mayor and executive councillor respectively, was appointed by accused 3 as head of special projects. Further, accused 3 then appointed accused 5 as chairperson of the BAC for this specific project to ensure the appointment of the 4 preferred service providers. The special projects became the vehicle to drive the enterprise, thus committing the acts of fraud and corruption to ensure the contracts be awarded to entities associated with accused number 10, 11, 13, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, and 21, and for the supply of services to eThekwini municipality. This conduct would lead to their personal, financial, and or non-patrimonial benefit and or to the financial benefit of associated groups of individuals.
Laphana ke kusigaba seshumi nesithupha kubekwa ukuthi ke bonke ke abamangalelwa esikhuluma ngabo la bazimbandakanya naloku esingathi ke phecelezi i-enterprise le abasebeyaphile bese ukuthi ke bonke abamangalelwa laba ngabasihlanganisa ngawo konke lokhu ke injongo yabo yayi inye nje ukuba ke uyengwe uholelwe omphathe u-DSW ukuze kutholakale ama-contract lapho-ke ayezosebenza ngale ndlela ye-SCM okuthiwa yi-system yakamasipala waseThekwini. Bese kuthi-ke manje u-DSW lo omusha nama-contract amasha angaleso sikhathi phansi kwalolu hlelo ayezobizwa phecelezi ngokuthi i-special project. Lapho-ke kwakungu-number 4 owayekhipha imiyalo yokuthi-ke ummangalelwa mangithi-ke imiyalo isetshenziswa lapho ngokammangalelwa ongu-number 1 no-number 2 okubhalwe kubagapha ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi wayeyimeya omunye-ke eyilungu eliphezulu-ke ikhansela eliphezulu. Kwase-ke bekhomba-ke manje-ke lona-ke ummangalelwa ongu-number 3 ukuba nguye-ke ozoba inhloko yale ebizwa ngokuthi-ke i-special project. Ngaphezu kwaloko-ke unumber 3 naye wabe esezikhombela unumber 5 ethi-ke yena ozoba ngisihlalo kwalokhu-ke okubizwa phecelezi bathi BAC ukuba-ke manje kubonakala ukuthi sikhona isiqinisekiso sokukhonjwa kwabantu njengoba kwakhonjwa lapha-ke unumber 4 yena-ke owayesethiwa lo msebenzi-ke unikezwa yena. Ngase kuthi yona special project lena-ke ababe sebeyisungulile iyabe isiba-ke iyona nqola masingasho njalo noma ikhanda lenhloko-ke eyayizohola lo msebenzi-ke wale isigungwane sesihlanganisiwe phecelezi enterprise. Ngokwenze njalo babenza-ke manje ukuphula umthetho ngokusebenzisa ngomkhonyovu ukuba-ke manje-na-ke kungcola impela noma kusetshenzwa ngendlela engcolileyo eyayizoqinisekisa ukuthi-ke izinkontileka noma ngathi ama-contract njalo noma amathenda mawuthanda njalo atholwa-ke manje yilaba abaxhumene nalo mmangalelwa weshumi, ishumi elinomuvo, ishumi elinantathu, ishumi elinesihlanu, ishumi elinesithupha, ishumi elinesishiyagalombili neshumi elinesishiyagalolunye kanye namashumi amabili kuze kufake phakathi-ke nalona-ke wamashumi amabili anomuvo. Bese kuthi-ke sekuzoba yibo-ke abazosebenza kulawulwa-ke manje imisebenzi lena-ke eqondene nokuba-ke isetshenziswe laphana-ke ngamasipala. Kufaka phakathi-ke lapho-ke ukuthi amaphakethe abantu-ke manje ahambe kahle bona ukuthi ayafutheka. Noma-ke ngabe-ke kwangaqonde kufutha amaphakethe kangako kodwa-ke kwakusetshenzwa ngendlela engashayi khona ngala maqembu noma lamaqeqebana abesiphaphile.
Paragraph 18, and whereas accused number 6, 7, and 8 and other councillors of the municipality, their political constituents and associates align themselves with the wills of accused number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Accused number 1 and 2 enable large numbers of ANC ward councillors, ward committee members, members of business forums and organizations like the NKMVA and Amadela Gabona to benefit financially from the new DSW contract, thus increasing the possibility of being favorably regarded in the political arena by these beneficiaries because of the continued benefit that they received.
Masila ke kushumi lesishiya kalombili 18 lana ke kuyatholakala ukuthi nokho mangalelwa lo wesithupha sikhombisa sishagalombili namanye ke amakhansela ayekhona lapha kumasipala weTheku nalabo abahambisana nabo ngokwezepolitiki babe ke abantu besebezihlanganisa kanye bezimbandakanya ke naye umangalelwa lona wokuqala nesibili nesine kanye nowesihlanu ukuthi ke umangalelwa wokuqala nowesibili ibona bavula ke iminyango lapho ke ukuthi kungangena ke iningi impela lamakhansela akakhongolose nabaphathi bamawadi namalunga athize asemakomidini nawo wonke abasemabhizinisini noma inhlanganweni ezinjalo njengoba kwagcina kungena ke manje inhlangano ezinjengo-MK, MBA nabo madela ngokubona bonke laba ke sokuhlanganiwe kwakhiwa ke umbele ogwanisile impela ababezode bencela kuwona ke laphana ke ku-DSW uma kuziwa ke kulokhu ekuthiwa sinathi ama-contract okanye ke isivumelano zokwenza umsebenzi. Ngaleyo ndlela ke yaba nkulu indaba yokuthi sekuyothi ke ma kuhlanganiswa lana ke uzotholakala umsebenzi ngandlela thize kube neqeqebana labantu abaziwayo ukuthi ma kunento enje sekuyothola omntakabani kuphela hayi nombani nje uhanjwa ke lapho kanye kusetshenzwa ngendlela yokuzuzisa labo esingathi ngesizulu uhlangana umhlatho wazanayo.
Paragraph 19, and whereas accused number 9, being the wife of accused number 3, facilitated and or participated in engagements with entities associated with the DSW tender at times when material decisions were being made in respect of the said tender.
Kushumi elinesishagalolunye phecelezi number 19 utholakala ke lapha ke umangalelwa ongunumber 9 okungukuthi ke yena ungunkosikazi ka number 3 uyena ke obuye ayishayele inqola lena ke noma ke abambe iqhaza eliphezulu uma kusekuhlanganeke ama-entities lawa nabasebenzisana nawo ukuba ke phela ke kutholakala amathenda nomasipala phecelezi SW nazo zonke izikhathi makuhlangene kwakusasetshenziswa ngaleyo ndlela yokuthi hlangana wemhlathi owazanayo.
Paragraph 20, and whereas accused number 22, Mvuyo, within brackets, represented by accused number 21, received funds from accused number 20, within brackets, El Shaddai, represented by accused number 19. Both these entities were controlled by accused number 18. These funds were to be dissipated to amongst others, accused number 3, 9, and 18.
Mashumi namabili phecelezi 20 lapho besithola khona ukuthi ke umangalelwa amashumi amabili amabili 22 umvuyo yena-ke wayemelwe-ke ngummangalelwa ongu-21. Kwatholakala lapho-ke isixamali kanti isamba esithize semali kumangalelwa ongu-number 20 phecelezi El Shaddai, owayemelwe ngummangalelwa ongu-number 19. Bese kuthi-ke la maqembu omabili okanye singapheceleza ama-entities omabili-ke ayekade elawulwa ngummangalelwa ongu-number 18. Izimali-ke ezatholakala lapho zabe sezitholwa-ke ngakolunye uhlangothi ummangalelwa ongu-number 3, number 9 kanye nommangalelwa ongu-number 18.
Paragraph 21. As such, the association of accused number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 constituted an enterprise as defined in section 1, subsection 1 of the Act, and the association of accused number 6 to 22 forms part of the enterprise.
Yasunguleka kanjalo-ke into esingathi-ke enterprise masebe usulimi lokubholekwa ngokuhlangana-ke lapha kwammangalelwa ongu-number 1, 2, 3, 4 kanye no-5 besebenza-ke ngale ndlela because of section 1 isigaba sokuqala kulo mthetho-ke esikhuluma ngawo, bezihlanganisa futhi-ke nommangalelwa okusukela kowesithupha kuze kuye kowama-20 babe khona kulesi sigungu.
Paragraph 22. And whereas accused number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 manage the operations or activities of the enterprise, and all accused and other persons known and unknown to the state, either directly or indirectly, were involved in the enterprise or conducted or participated in the conduct of the enterprise, and or acquired or maintained an interest in or controlled the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activities.
Kwaba kanjalo-ke mase siku 22 kwaba kanjalo-ke ummangalelwa 1, 2, 3, 4 kanye no-5 babe yibo abashayeli bale nqola, bese kuthi bonke abamangalelwa abakhona la abaziwayo noma ngabe abangaziwa ngasohlangothini lombuso baba-ke ngandlela thize neqhaza abalibambayo nasekwenziweni kwalo msebenzi ophatha-ke ezohwebo kwebelana kwey'nkampani ngokungemthetho kuwukuthi-ke bayazibandakanya kanti bayazihlanganisa bonke ngandlela thize naleli cala.
Paragraph 23. And whereas such involvement in and or operation and or management of and or employment by and or participation in the conduct of the affairs of the enterprise occurred through a pattern of racketeering activities as set out in counts number 5 to 112 below, in that all of the accused committed 2 or more acts of racketeering during the period covered in the indictment.
Laphana-ke amashumi amabili anesithathu 23 sithola ukuthi-ke ngokuzimbandakanya kulolu hlelo nalo msebenzi onje na kuso-ke isigungu esilawula senza lo msebenzi onje okuhwebelana ngokungemthetho bazifaka-ke ecaleni abamangalelwa ngale ndlela-ke okuchazwe ngawo ngokomthetho lapha ngezansi kusukela-ke ku-5 kuze kufike ku-112 lokho-ke okuthatha kusukele ekutheni abamangalelwa benza icala okungaba amacala amabili noma ngaphezulu kwamacala amabili ngokuzimbandakanya kulolu hlelo lokusebenzini.
Paragraph 24. And whereas the offences in respect of which the accused are charged were committed with the intention to benefit the enterprise, its managers, employees, and persons directly and indirectly involved therein.
Lapho-ke ku-24 sithola ukuthi umuntu okulento ungene bakithi noma-ke ungene ngoba-ke uthweswa leli cala nje ngoba wayekade-ke esesikhundleni esiphezulu kulo lolu hlelo. Inhloso nje ukuthi uma umuntu ayengenele ukuba ngandlela thize kube khona akuzuzayo naye ezimalini ezitholakala kuwo lo msebenzi, noma kuleyo ndawo bekuyona beyi-manager, noma ube ngumsebenzi nje oqashiwe, noma ukwenze lokho ngokubamba iqhaza ngqo ngokungena emsebenzini awenze, noma akabambanga qhaza kodwa ngandlela thize uyathinteka, wonke lowo muntu onjalo ungene-ke ekwenziweni kwaleli cala.
The state will now proceed with count 1, which refers to all accused, the citation being that the accused are guilty of the crime of the contravention of section 2, subsection 1, subsection E, read with sections 1, subsection 2, section 1, section 2, subsection 2, 2, subsection 3, 4, and section 3 of the Prevention of Organized Crimes Act 121 of 1998, conducting an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering. The charge reads as follows: that in that on or about the period December 2017 to July 2019, at or near Durban in the district of Durban, the accused, whilst managing or employed by or associated with the enterprise as defined above, unlawfully conducted or participated in the conduct directly or indirectly of such enterprise affairs through a pattern of racketeering activities, which includes the planned, ongoing, continuous, repeated participation or involvement in the offences, including that of fraud and corruption, as set forth in counts number 5 to 112, counts number 121 to 126, and counts number 127 to 128. Now, therefore, the accused are guilty of the crime of conducting an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activities.
Okay, so now I do require each of the accused to plead to this charge. So if we could start with accused number 1. If you could just stand up.
My lady, I'm not sure if at this point the interpreter will...
Oh, yes, and sorry.
Sesilapha-ke manje icala lokuqala la kuthiwa khona bonke abamangalelwa bangena kulo nje lifunda kumthethisimithetho okusetshenziswe ngawo lapha-ke ama-sections akhona bonke kuba kubaliwe lapha kokuqala section 2 sigaba sokuqala E sihamba nalesa section 1 esigatshana sesibili esiphakathi sesibili wonke-ke lama section njengoba bewafunda umshushisi abeka-ke ngaphansi kwawo ukwenziwa kwaleli cala-ke sikhulume ngalo lokungena embonini yezohwebo kusetshenziswa-ke izindlela ezingashayi khona noma lesithi-ke umkhonyovu. Kulokhu kuthiwa-ke bekudisemba ka-2017 kuya kuJulayi ka-2019 lapho-ke khona lapha eThekwini kusifunda mdalo sakhona futhi eThekwini abamangalelwa benza leli cala-ke sebenzile isikhungwana lesi-ke esisibize phecelezi enterprise ukuthi-ke bakwathi ekuhlanganeni kwabo njengoba kuchaziwe ngenhla base bephula-ke umthetho noma besebenza ngokungemthetho. Abanye babo kuthiwa phecelezi directly ukuthi babengene egaxa ekwenziweni kwecala, abanye phecelezi indirectly ukuthi nomuntu engazange yena qobo lakhe kodwa ngandlela thize ubengena kuyo yonke le ndlela yokuhwebelana noma yokwenza umsebenzi kusetshenziswa umkhonyovu nokungathembeki nje ukuba-ke kusetshenziswa indlela eziqondile kwenziwa-ke leli cala esibiza phecelezi-ke i-fraud and corruption, lapho-ke kungukuthi-ke kusuke kusetshenziswa indlela engafanele izimali nokwenziwa kwawonke lo msebenzini. Lokho-ke kusho ukuthi-ke manje bonke abamangalelwa abaphambi kwenkantolo bayathweswa icala lokuthi basebenzisana leyo ndlela yokungena shi ezimalini nasekusebenzeni ngokwezinkampani ezizokwenza imali kodwa ngendlela engafanele.
Okay, so I do require each accused to stand up at the time and kindly plead to count 1 as it's been read out to you. So could we start with accused number 1?
Ntokoze inkantolo ngicela ke manje ukuthi bonke abamangalelwa ngamunye bame ngezinyawo ukuze asho-ke ukuthi umangalelwa kuleli cala athweswa lona leli lokuqala uyalivuma yini icala noma uyaliphika na. Sonke-ke simeme ngezinyawo sizikhulumele ngamunye.
Ms. Gumede, how do you plead?
I'm pleading not guilty to this charge, my lady.
Thank you. Accused number 2, Mr. Mthembu.
Not guilty, my lady.
Accused number 3.
Plead not guilty, my lady.
Accused number 4.
Not guilty.
Accused number 5.
Not guilty.
Accused number 6.
Not guilty, my lady.
Number 7.
Not guilty, my lady.
Number 8.
Not guilty, my lady.
Number 9. Number 10. Number 11. Number 12. And who appears on behalf of number 12?
Lady, I appear, and accused number 11
Yeah.
is the representative of accused 12.
So, Mr. Zlutla, for accused number 11, you are representing accused number 12. How do you plead? So, accused number 13,
Not guilty, my lady.
accused number 14, who appears on behalf of, represents accused number 14.
Accused number 13, my lady.
So, Mr. Mkise, do you plead on behalf of accused number 14?
Not guilty, my lady.
Number 15, accused number 15. Accused number 16.
Not guilty.
Accused number 17. Who represents accused number 17?
It's both of them, my lady.
So that's accused number 15 and 16.
That's
So
correct.
accused number 15 and 16, how would you plead on behalf of accused number 17? Accused number 18.
Not guilty.
Accused number 19.
Not guilty.
Accused number 20.
Not guilty.
So who represents accused number 20? Which accused?
Yes. Accused 20 is Al Shaddai,
Yes, so
a
who's
company represented by accused number 19.
19. Okay, so you pleaded not guilty for Mr. Paria. Is that correct?
Not guilty.
So accused number 21 and then representative for accused number 22.
Not guilty.
Sorry. Representative for accused number 22.
He's pleaded not guilty already. Mr. Parliament. So can we
Count number-
proceed to count number 2?
May it please the court, my lady. Would you not require that counsel for each of the accused confirm their pleas?
At this stage, you want to do that?
If we could, then
Okay,
the
that's
process
fine.
is complete.
Otherwise,
Sorry.
you do it at the end.
My lady, before we proceed to that, I just want to correct the record. The representative for accused number 22 is accused number 21, Sita Manipanan, and not accused number 18, who stood up and pleaded on behalf of
Okay,
22.
Mrs. Ponnen, accused number 21. You are representing accused number 22.
Correct.
So how do you plead on behalf of accused number 22? Sorry, you can't be telling her what to say. She should be able to say so on her own. Not guilty. Thank you.
Court pleases. Counts 2 refers to accused number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Okay, before we go there, each of the counsels will
One,
need
two.
to confirm or deny what their clients have pleaded. So let's start with Mr. Naidu.
Thank you, my lady. I confirm that the pleas accord with my instructions in respect of accused 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8. At this stage, the accused remains silent, and there will be no statement in terms of section 915.
Mr. Madonsela.
Court please, my lady, I confirm that the plea that has been tendered by accused number 3, Mr. Nzuza, is in accordance with our instructions. And in terms of section 115 of the Criminal Procedure Act, the accused elect to remain silent and do not disclose the basis of that defense at this stage, and will do so in the course of the trial.
Thank you. Accused number 5, Ms. Cowlitz.
Thank you, my lady. The accused, in accordance with my instructions, likewise accused number 5 elects to remain silent at this stage.
Thank you. Ms. Mtuli.
Yes, my lady. My instructions are that accused number 9 will remain silent at this point in time, my lady.
And do you confirm the plea?
Yes, we confirm the plea, my lady, as not guilty.
Mr. Jorgensen.
As my lady pleases, the plea of accused 10, 11, and 12 is in accordance with my instructions. No section 115 statement is tendered.
Mr. Mr. Ramadan.
Accused 13 and 14 please in accordance with instructions, my lady. Accused next witness.
Mr. Magigaba.
Yes, my lady. My lady, I confirm that the plea is in accordance with my instruction, and that the accused 15, 16, and 17 elect not to make any statement in terms of normal 5.
Mr. Mutli.
Court pleases, my lady, I confirm that the plea tendered by all of the accused that I represent, according to the instructions that I've received, the accused elect not to make any statement in terms of section 115.
Thank you.
Court pleases. Count 2, accused number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The accused are guilty of the crime of contravention of section 2, subsection 1, and subsection F, read with sections 1, 2, subsection 2, subsection 3, subsection 4, and section 3, 7A, and 8, subsection 1 of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act 121 of 1998, managing an enterprise, in that during the period of December 2017 to July 2019 at or near Durban in the district of Durban, accused number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 unlawfully managed the operations of the enterprise and knew or ought reasonably to have known that any persons or entity, to wit, accused number 6 to 22, and other persons known and unknown to the state whilst employed by or associated with the enterprise conducted or participated in the conduct, directly or indirectly, of such enterprise affairs through a pattern of racketeering activity, through a planned, ongoing, continuous, or repeated participation or involvement in the offences of fraud and corruption as set out in counts number 5 to 112, counts number 121, counts number 126, and 127 to 128. Now, therefore, the accused are guilty of the crime of managing an enterprise.
Icala lesibili libekwa abamangalelwa yilo lelo msheshisi aselishilo ngoba la ma-sections ke asewafundile umsheshisi nje bewacaphula nje kuthiwa nakhona lapha bekuye mhla December ka-2017 kuya-ke kuJuly ka-2019 khona lapha-ke eThekwini kusikhundla sakhona lapha eThekwini lapho kuthiwa khona umangalo wokuqala, wesibili, wesithathu, nowesine, nowesihlanu. Bona-ke benza leli cala ngokwephula umthetho kuyibo ngizothi-ke abashayela le nqola yalo msebenzi-ke bebebazi kodwa ukuthi-ke noma-ke ungenani bekufanele ngabe bayazi lokho abakwenza bakwenza ngokungemthetho lokhu kokuthi-ke unumber 6 kuya ku-22 nabo okungaba khona nabanye abantu abaziwayo mhlawumbe nombuso noma abangaziwa ibona bekwenza lokhu beqashiwe noma-ke behlangene nandlela thize kuyo le enterprise lena-ke babesebenza lo msebenzi ngokungafanele abanye bekwenza bezibambele emathupha abanye bekwenza ngokuzemanisa nawo lo msebenzi phecelezi indirectly bebebazi-ke ukuthi yonke lento eyenziwa lana-ke ihlanganiswe ngomthetho ukuba kube nenkampani zohwebo ezigweba ngendlela engekho emthethweni noma ngabe kwakuhleliwe noma ngabe kwakuqhubekayo noma kwenziwa ngokuphindaphinda ukuzigaxa kulo msebenzi wokusebenzisa-ke izimali ngendlela-ke engashayi khona phecelezi fraud and corruption. Lokho-ke njengoba kuchaziwe lapha-ke sekufaka-ke lezi zigaba zamacala esiwabalela kusukela kwicala lesihlanu kuze kuye ku-112 kufike na-121 kuye ku-126 kusuke futhi ku-127 kuze kube kuyofika ku-128 bamangalelwa-ke la babelwe lona leli cala lokuthi-ke longamele kodwa basingathe lo msebenzi onjena ngokomthetho.
Okay, accused number 1, how do you plead?
Not guilty, my lady.
Accused number 2,
Not guilty, my lady.
accused number 3,
Not guilty.
accused number 4,
Not guilty.
and accused number 5.
Not guilty.
Mr. Naidu, on behalf of the accused 1, 2, and 4.
May it please the court, my lady. In respect of accused 1, 2, and 4, the plea accords with my instructions. The state is put to the proof of the allegations in this count. No statement in terms of section 115.
Mr. Madonsela,
Please, my lady, on behalf of accused number 3, I confirm that the plea of not guilty tendered in relation to this count is in accordance with my instructions, and similarly in this regard, there is no statement that the accused is prepared to make at this stage in terms of section 115, and the basis of defense will be disclosed in due course.
thank you. And Ms. Collins, on behalf of accused number 5.
My lady, the plea is in accordance with my instructions, and likewise accused 5 will remain silent and present his defense during the course of the hearing.
Thank you. I think we can commence with count 3 after the long adjournment so that you're not disturbed halfway through. So the court
As
will
what we said.
reconvene at 2 o'clock, please. Not 2:15, 2 o'clock. Court will rise.
Phakathi kaNtsholo ibe kanjani indodana zenkantolo ukuthi sibonana ngehola lesibili. No.
How long did we start? 11:36 we started. We did it under 10 pages.
I didn't expect that to be, I didn't even prepare my plan.
was a change in what my lady has in terms of the indictment and what the state was reading from. And I did it together with my colleague, Ms. Cloud, who is an instructing attorney for accused number 3. And we found that the court's copy and one of my colleague, Advocate Naidu's copies, was the old indictment. On the 30th of November, the new indictment that the state is now using, together with the list of amendments, was handed over to Judge Yapi and that court appearance. But for the purposes of us proceeding now, in the lunch adjournment, we've made a copy of the new indictment. It is being confirmed by my learned friends, and this is the copy that we are all using. And I'd like to hand same
That's
to my
fine,
lady.
and I would appreciate if there's an index. Whose phone is that 994? An index prepared to the indictment.
I will make arrangements
Because
to
it
do
will
that.
make, just for ease of reference, for all of us to refer to the index when we do need to.
Yes, yes, my lady, I will make that
So
necessary.
that you got the.
May I have? And what I'm also doing is handing up a copy of the amendments that was sought on the 30th of November. Although I did notice this morning that there is a copy on the court file. So maybe when the court is ready, we can proceed with count number 3.
Fine. And now are you going to, this one? So it would be
Page 64.
So are you going to be reading out all the details on each count? Is there a need for
I
that?
can somewhat summarize it instead of reading each line out in terms.
Because each, and I take it that each of the counsel here has already gone through every line of this with their clients. And let's just find out if they need everything to be repeated, and we could ask the accused as well. Mr. Naidu and company.
I don't,
So-
and my client doesn't. None of my clients need.
Yeah, so we basically just need the main
The first part.
preamble. We don't need the to-wit, which is all the details on each count leading into the schedules.
As a court pleases. I'm okay with that.
And let me just confirm with everybody else if that's the situation, Mr. Madan sir.
I confirm, my lady.
Thank you. Anybody has any objections to that? Thank you.
May I proceed? Count number 3 refers to all accused. The accused are guilty of the crime of contravention of section 2, subsection 1, subsection A, read with sections 1, 2, subsection 2, subsection 3, subsection 4, section 3, section 7A, and section 8, subsection 1 of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act 121 of 1998, use of property derived from the pattern of racketeering activity, in that during the period of December 2017 to July 2019, and at or near Durban, in the district of Durban, the accused unlawfully received or retained any property derived directly or indirectly from a pattern of racketeering activity, which includes the planned, ongoing, continuous, repeated participation or involvement in the offences, including that of fraud and corruption, as set forth in counts number 5 to 112, counts number 121 to 126, and 127 to 128. I'm going to read the first two words part, which reads as follows: 320,925,973 rands and 33 cents into the bank accounts of entities accused 12, 14, 17, and 20, as represented by accused number 10 to 11, 13, 15, and to 16, 18, 19, and 21 for services provided to eThekwini municipality. Second bullet point, the benefits received by accused 1 and 3 to 8, from accused 10 to 12, 13 to 14, 15 to 17, 18 to 22, and or, third bullet point, any rights, privileges claimed, and securities, and any interest therein. for the purposes of the interpreter, I'm just going to complete the page. While the accused knew or ought reasonably to have known that such property was the proceeds of unlawful activities, or that they formed part of the proceeds of unlawful activities, to wit, fraudulent and corrupt activities as set out in this indictment. And to finish the paragraph, and used or invested directly or indirectly any part of such property in the acquisition of any interest in or the establishment or operations or activities of the enterprise.
Mshisi kubeka ukuthi ke kunaleli cala elingelesithathu elibhekene nabo bonke abamangalelwa sithola ke ukuthi ke leli cala ke lokuthola impahla okanye imali ngokungemthetho njengoba ke kutholakala laphana ke logo ecaleni lesihlanu kuya kwelika 112 no 121 kuya ku-126 no 127 kuya ku-128 lawo macala ke ukuthi ke kwatholakala izigidigidi zemali laphana ke njengoba zibhaliwe ko-320 million. Le mali ke yayitholakale ngokungemthetho seyiyonke, angiyibizanga yonke ngokuthi indlovukazi yenkantolo singanqamulela okunye ngoba vele kuyaziwa, kodwa abantu abazuza lapha ke kule mali kubeke nguye ummangalelwa ongunumber 12, 14, 17 no 20 ababemele ke laphana ke ngu-10, 11, 13 no 15 kuya ke 16, 18, 19 no 21 lapha ke lokhu kwenzeka lapha ke kumasipala wakhona lapha ke eThekwini. Wasokuthi ke inzuzo leyo yatholwa ke ngummangalelwa ongunumber 1 no 3 kusuke lapho kuye 8 na iyayivela ke kummangalelwa ongunumber 10 no 12 na ku-13 kuya ku-14 no 15 kuya ku-17 no 18 kuya ku-22. Yonke ke inzuzo yatholakala lapho, kodwa imali yayitholakala lapho yayitholakala ngokungemthetho njengoba besishilo ukuthi ke leli cala leli lifaka phakathi ke ukusungulwa noma ke ukwenziwa kwegungu esiliphecelezi entity lapho ke kuhloswe khona kutholakala imali ngesandla noma ngonyawo lomkhonyovu. Manje ke wonke umuntu ongene lapha ke uzifakile kuleli cala.
My lady, the remainder of the count number 3 is from page 65 to page 69, and it starts on subparagraph A, which is basically a cash flow analysis setting out in detail the amounts received from the by the service providers, and then how these amounts were then dissipated. It runs from paragraph A to paragraph H, and refers the analysis refers to, amongst others, schedules U, schedule W, schedule X, schedule Y, schedule Z, schedule AA, schedule EE, going to page number 69, and ends with the last flow of funds of 18,900. By consent, it has been directed that there's no need for the state now to read these couple of pages into the record, as my learned friends have confirmed that they have confirmed that their client is well aware of the contents thereof. So the state will read now, therefore, that the accused are guilty of the offense of use of property derived from a pattern of racketeering activity.
Bechaza ke lapho umsheshisi ukuthi ukusukela ekhasini lika 65 hambe njalo ungaze ke uyofika laphana ke ku 69 ila kwendlalwa khona ke izimali ukuthi-ke kulolu hlelo-ke lokuhlomula ngokungemthetho okanye ngokungafanele, ubani owathola malini, eyithola ivela kubani, ubani inkampani okanye inhlangano, konke-ke lokho sekuvunyelwana ngokuthi asizuyibalula yonke leyo mniningwane ukuze kongeke isikhathi. Singasuke nje sihlale laphana-ke ekutheni abamangaleli abathintekayo lana-ke ibona abahlomula noma benza inzuzo ngendlela ephambanayo nomthetho.
Alternative to count 3 relates to all accused. The accused are guilty of the crime of a contravention of section 2(1), subsection 1, subsection B, therefore sections 1, 2, subsection 2, 3, and 4, section 3, section 7A, and section 8, subsection 1 of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, numbered 121 of 1998, receiving or retaining property derived from a pattern of racketeering activity in that during the period of December 2017 to July 2019 in at or near Durban in the district of Durban, the accused unlawfully received or retained any property derived directly or indirectly on behalf of any enterprise, which includes the planned, ongoing, continuous, repeated participation or involvement in the offences, including that of fraud and corruption as set out in counts number 5 to 112, counts 121 to 126, and 127 to 128. The second paragraph on that page will deal with the dissipation of funds from the various accused between themselves, and is set out from page 69, page 70, page 71, page 72, up until page 73, which will then end by reading, now therefore the accused are guilty of the crime of receiving or retaining property derived through a pattern of racketeering. That would take care of count number 3, reading out the count, and the alternative.
Kanjalo kumsheshisa ukuthi-ke uma sizoyifinqa nje indaba siweka amakhasi amaningi singaze sigcine siyofika laphana ekhasini lamashumi 73 lapho-ke kubekwa nje khona bamangalelwa batholakala benaleli cala-ke liphakathi kokuthi lokwakha inzuzo ngokungafanele noma-ke ukuhlomula enzuzweni eyenziwe ngokuphambanayo nomthetho.
So, all the accused, firstly, just to confirm to the court that you do understand and agree that your counsel have explained the details of every count to you in detail before I ask you to plead on count number 3. So we can just start from accused 1, 2 onwards. Please, accused number 1, do you confirm that you understand all the charges, because we are dispensing with the need, let's just interpret, the need to read out the details of each count.
Yeah, we began dialogue because in Kantolo, ukuthi njengoba-ke sithanda ukufinqa nokunqamulela nokwekha okunye okuningi, so cela-ke ukuthi abamangalelwa ngamunye baqinisekise inkantolo ukuthi noma kukhona izinto ezeqiwayo kodwa vele bayalazi icala kuleli thuba-ke icala leli lesithathu ababhekene nalo, bazi ngayo yonke imininingwane yalo, ngoba nalokho esikweqile besevele ummeli ngamunye ngamunye kummangalelwa ngamunye ngamunye emchazele ukuthi kukhulunywa ngani. Siqaleke kumama number 1.
Do you confirm that you understand everything, Ms. Gumede?
Confirmed, my lady, I do confirm, although I'm pleading not guilty to any, to all of it, my lady.
Okay, so we are presently on count 3. You plead guilty on count 3 as well.
Not guilty, but
Sorry. I apologize profusely for that.
I nearly died.
Don't need another death now, Mr. Naidu, do you? Sorry, could you just stand, Mrs. Gumede? Do you plead not guilty on count 3 and the alternative as well? Thank you. Accused number 4, just to confirm, accused number 2, to confirm that you understood everything your counsel have explained, and that will apply to everybody. And how do you plead?
I understand, my lady, and I'm pleading not guilty.
Thank you. Accused number 3.
Yes, my lady, I do understand.
Accused number 4.
Yes, my lady, I do understand, and I'm pleading not guilty.
Thank you. Accused number 5.
Yes, my lady, I do understand and I plead not guilty.
Accused number 6.
Yes, my lady, I do understand, and I'm pleading not guilty.
Accused number 7.
I understand, my lady, I'm pleading not guilty.
Accused number 8.
I understand, my lady, and I'm pleading not guilty.
Accused number 9.
I do understand, my lady, and I'm pleading not guilty.
Accused number 10.
Yes, my lady, I do understand, but I'm pleading not guilty.
Thank you. Accused number 11.
Yes, I understand.
Accused number 12.
It's the same as accused number 11.
Accused number 11, yes, you're going to be representing, you plead on. Thank you. And accused number 13.
I do understand, my lady, but I'm pleading not guilty.
And on behalf of accused number 14, Mr. Mkhize, how do you plead?
I understand, I'm pleading not guilty, my lady.
Okay, and accused number 15. Accused number 16. Accused number 17, represented by accused 15 and 16. Accused number 18.
Understood.
Accused number 19. Accused number 20, represented by accused number 19. And accused 21. And accused number 22, represented by accused 21. Okay. So for the rest of the charges, I do confirm that it's not going to be necessary to ask you whether you understood. You have indicated that you clearly, all of this has been covered by your counsel with you. So only the preambles of each of the counts will be read, and you will plead accordingly to that. Thank you. We may proceed to count number 4.
The key explanation, my lady. Defense will confirm.
Okay.
May it please the court, my lady, I confirm that the affirmations as well as the pleas accord with my instructions in respect of accused 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8.
Mr. Madanstella?
I confirm, my lady, that the plea tender in relation to this count is also in accordance with our instructions, and in terms of section 105, we do not elect to disclose the basis of our defense, and we'll do so in due course.
Ms. Scarlett's for accused number 5.
Thank you, my lady. I confirm the pleas in accordance with my instructions, and the accused will remain silent at this stage.
Then accused number 9, Ms. Ntuli.
Yes, my lady, we confirm that the affirmation and the plea of not guilty to obey our instructions, and then we reserve a right to remain silent.
Then 10, 11, and 12, Mr.
As the court
Jorgensen.
please, my lady, I confirm the pleas are in accordance with my instructions. No section 115 statement is taken.
Very
Accused
accused 13 and 14
14.
pleas in accordance with instructions of case elected in itself.
15 and 17, Mr. Magugaba.
Confirm the plea is in accordance with my instruction. There's no
And
wrong
the pleas 18 to 22.
Please,
Mr.
Court, my lady, I confirm that the pleas tendered by all the accused that I represent accord with the instructions that I've received from them. The accused do not wish to make any statement in terms of section 115.
My lady, might I intervene at this stage and ask if it will be permitted for us, because we are going to be taking the same position in relation to all the counts. When I grew up, we used to use scratch records to play music. I fear that we're going to sound
So
like a
you won't
scratch.
have to sound like a
Scratch
scratch
record.
record. Unfortunately, Mr. Madonsela, that scratch record has to be recorded. We are doing away with reading all the details, but we can't avoid some scratches, can we?
Well, Madam, we'll play the scratch record.
So let's play the scratch record.
Maybe it would assist if we scratch the record only to the extent of confirming that the plea is accorded with our instructions.
Yes.
From
Yeah.
my perspective, for my accused, there is no 115 statement, so we don't have to keep saying that.
Thank you.
Count number 4, all accused, this is on page 73 now, that the accused are guilty of the crime of the contravention of section 2, subsection 1, subsection D, read with sections 1, subsection 2, section 2, subsection 2, 3, 7, section 7A, section 8, subsection 1 of the Prevention of Organized Crimes Act 121 of 1998, acquiring or maintaining an interest in or control in an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. In that, during the period of December 2017 to July 2019 and at or near Durban in the district of Durban, the accused unlawfully and intentionally acquired or maintained direct or indirectly an interest in or control in of an enterprise in that the accused benefited through the proceeds of unlawful activities derived from the payment generated through the procurement fraud in relation to the DSW contract through a pattern of racketeering activity that is illustrated through their planned, ongoing, continuous or repeated participation or involvement in the offences mentioned in counts 5 to 112, 121 to 126 and 127 to 128. Now therefore the accused are guilty of the offence of acquiring and or maintaining an interest and or control of an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. The count is followed up with an alternative to counts. That is count 4, that ends count 4.
Icala ke lesine singabeka nje ukuthi ke abamangalelo babhekene ke bonke lecala ke manje lokuthola noma ukuhlomula inzuzo kuyo ke i-enterprise lena ke etholakale ngokwakhiwa kwizisekelo eziphambanayo nomthetho. Uma ke singanqamulela sifinyelele lapha ekugcineni njengoba ke umshushisi eshilo ukuthi lolu daba litholakala khona lapha ku page 73 yilo icala abamangalala ababhekene nalo lelo. Kanti uma ke kungenjalo bangabekwa ke icala elingaphansanyana kwesisindo lokho kuyekuthiwa ku-alternative ngolimi lokubolekwa. Isisindo ke sithi ukuba ngaphansana kunokuba belahlwe icala kulobo kungenhlanga.
And I record the plea, accused number 1.
Siphinde ke sisho ukuthi siyavuma noma siyaphika icala. I'm not guilty, my lady.
Accused number 2.
Not guilty, my lady.
Accused number 3.
Not guilty.
Accused number 4.
Not guilty.
Accused number 5.
Not guilty, my lady.
Accused number 6.
Not guilty, my lady.
Accused number 7. Accused number 8.
Not guilty, my lady.
Accused number 9. Accused number 10.
Not guilty.
Accused number 11. Accused number 12. Accused number 13.
Not guilty, my lady.
Accused number 14, represented by accused number 13.
Not guilty, my lady.
Accused number 15. Accused number 16. Accused number 17, represented by accused 15 and 16.
Not guilty.
Accused number 18.
Not guilty.
Accused number 19.
Not guilty.
Accused number 20, represented by accused 19.
Not guilty.
Accused number 21. And then accused 22, represented by accused 21. Mr. Naidu, on behalf of the accused you represent,
Their plea is accord with my instructions, my lady.
Mr. Madansela,
Same as my last friend.
thank you. Ms. Collins,
Plea accords with my instructions.
Ms. Ntuli,
My lady, it's in accordance with our instructions, not guilty.
Mr. Jorgensen,
Please, in accordance with instructions, my lady.
Mr. Ramata,
In accordance with my instructions.
Mr. Madigaha,
Please, according to instructions.
and Mr. Mudley.
Plea accords with my instructions, my lady.
Not a bad stuck record, Mr. Madansela.
And it is noted that there's no plea explanation.
Yes. We've already said that. I don't think we'll need to repeat that
Repeat that,
every
yes.
time because all the accused have confirmed through their counsel, and I think they've all spent many, many hours maybe burning the midnight oil to understand and read all the charges.
Alternative to counts 1, 2, 3, and 4, all accused are guilty of the crime of contravention of section 2, subsection 1, subsection G, read with sections 1, section 2, subsection 3, subsection 2, subsection 3, subsection 4, and section 3 of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act number 121 of 1998, conspiracy or attempt to violate the provisions of sections 2D, sections 2E, and or section 2F. In that, during the period of December 2017 to July 2019 in at or near Durban, in the district of Durban, the accused unlawfully and intentionally conspired and or attempt to commit the offences as set out in counts number 1 to counts number 4 above. Now therefore the accused are guilty of the crime of conspiracy or an attempt to violate the provisions of section 2 subsection A, section 2 subsection D, section 2 subsection E, and or section 2 subsection F of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act 121 of 1998.
So the accused have already pleaded to counts 1 to 4, which would include the plea to the alternative.
Yes.
So move on to count.
Move on to count number 5 to 112. This is on page 75. All accused reads as follows. Fraud read with the provisions of section 99, section 103, section 332, subsection 1, section 269, capital A, and section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act number 51 of 1977, and further read with section 51(2) of part 2 of schedule 2 of the Criminal Law Amendment Act number 105 of 1997. In that, on or about the dates as per column 2 of schedules A, B, C, and D, and at or near Durban, at the offices of eThekwini municipality in the district of Durban, the accused acting in concert with each other and with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose, did unlawfully and intentionally misrepresent to eThekwini municipality duly represented by Mbuso Ngobo and or the state that. May I just read in paragraph at a time for the purposes of the
I don't know if you need to read the details of each of these paragraphs, because this is what we said, they've all agreed that the explanations have been given to them. We just needed to read the preamble to each charge.
That is so.
That's what each accused has confirmed already.
Correct, my lady.
So read the alternative as well, that goes just the preamble to the alternative, which is on page 81. There are how many alternatives are there? It says first alternative.
It's one alternative.
One alternative. Okay.
So the preamble to the fraud charges has been read out. And the misrepresentations are set out from page 75 to 76, and also on part of 77. Then the next preamble to the
Misrepresentation.
so the duly represented
But the
by.
court has just pointed out, you need to read the preamble to each charge, which is those lines in highlighted in capital letters. The details of each charge is set out is now by agreement between the accused, and we have confirmed with each accused and counsel that the accused have been explained all the details of each of these counts, and they, in other words, they've dispensed with the need for the total charge to be read out as contained in the indictment. The preamble is sufficient to describe the offense in terms of the specific criminal offense, whether it is by legislation or whatever else. So that is set out in your first 4 lines of your, on each count, which is, I've pointed out to you, is in capital bold letters.
As court pleases. So I can move on to the
please
first.
note, okay, let the interpreter just interpret on page 75 what is being read out in respect of each count.
As the court pleases.
Singasho ke masizobeka ngale ndlela ke efingqiwe ukuthi ke bonke abamangalelwa kuleli cala lesihlanu ke manje babhekene ke necala lomkhonyovu, njengoba ke ama sections wonke umsheshisi ewafundile. Lana ke kubalwa ke ukuthola imali inzuzo, konke lokho kutholakala ngokungemthetho, njengoba ke yonke imithetho nama sections asho lokho umsheshisi wethu ekufundile. Siyabonga.
My lady, for the completeness of the record, may I make a suggestion that what my learned friend says is read the portion in bold and then advise for the record that the balance of the allegations set out in this charge are taken as read by consent to cover everything.
Which is what I've been trying to say, but I'm sure you will get that now too. So perhaps just read your alternative to count 5 before I ask the accused.
As the court pleases. The first alternative to count 5 to 112 reads as follows: the accused is guilty of the crime of theft, read with section 269A, capital A, section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act, number 51 of 1977, and further read with section 51(2) and part 2 of schedule 2 of the Criminal Law Amendment Act, number 105 of 1997, in that, on or about the dates as per column 2 and 6 of Schedule A, B, C, and D, and at or near Durban in the District of Durban, the accused, acting in concert with each other with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose, did unlawfully and intentionally steal the amounts as per column 5, totaling 320,955,973 rands and 33 cents, the property in the lawful possession of the eThekwini municipality, duly represented by Mbuso Ngobo.
Yebo ke icala ke esitiphethelezi alternative kusho ukuthi ke uma bengalahlwa leli cala elingenhla bangalelo bangalahlwa ke leli elingenzansi elingaphansana ngesisindo kunelingehla. kungaba nje ukuthi-ke icala lokweba noma-ke ukuthola imali nempahla ngokungemthetho behlomula-ke laphana-ke ezimalini zikamasipala njengoba sizwile-ke ukuthi imali lapho kukhulunywa ngayo iyena 320 million ono 955,000 no 973 ono 33 cent. Siyabonga.
Accused number 1, how do you plead to counts 5 to 112, including the alternative? Accused number 2,
Not guilty.
accused number 3,
Not guilty.
accused number 4,
Not guilty.
accused number 5, accused number 6, accused number 7,
Not guilty.
accused number 8,
Not guilty, my lady.
accused number 9, accused number 10,
Not guilty.
accused number 11, accused number 12, accused number 13,
Not guilty, my lady.
accused number 14 represented by accused number 13,
Not guilty, my lady.
accused number 15,
Not guilty.
accused number 16, accused number 17 represented by accused 15 and 16, accused number 18,
Not guilty.
accused number 19,
Not guilty, my lady.
accused number 20 represented by accused 19,
Not guilty, my lady.
accused number 21, accused number 22 represented by accused 21. Thank you. Mr. Naidu,
I confirm the plea according to my instructions for accused number 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8.
Mr. Madansela,
I confirm that the plea is in accordance with my instructions.
Ms. Collins,
He is in accordance with my instructions.
Ms. Ntuli,
The plea is in accordance with our instructions. Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Jorgensen,
Please, in accordance with instructions, my lady.
Mr. Ramata,
The pleas in accordance with my instructions.
Mr. Magigaba,
Please, in accordance with my instruction.
and Mr. Mudi.
Plea accords with my instructions, my lady.
Thank you. So I hope by tomorrow morning we have an index to this. It will assist all of us.
Yes.
So where do we move to page?
We move to page number 92 to counts number 113 to 120. This count refers to accused number 1 only. It reads as follows: fraud, read with provisions 80, section 899, 103, section 332, subsection 1, section 269, capital A, section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, and further read with section 51, subsection 2 of part 2 of the Schedule 2 of the General Law Amendment Act number 105 of 1997. In that, on or about the dates as per column 2 of Schedule E attached to the record on page 93 and 94. And at or near Durban, in the district of Durban, the accused, acting in concert with persons known and unknown to the state, the furtherance of a common purpose, did unlawfully and with intent to defraud and misrepresent to Umbuso Ngobo and or eThekwini municipality and or the state that she had disclosed to the municipal manager and or the delegate of the municipal manager at or the eThekwini municipality any benefits or financial interest as per column 4 received from any other persons in terms of the prescribed legislation, guidelines and policies as outlined in the preamble, and did thus induce the eThekwini municipality and the state in believing that she was dependent solely on the remuneration from the eThekwini municipality to the prejudice of the administrative system and good governance of the eThekwini municipality and or the administration of the state, the Republic of South Africa and its citizens. Whereas when the accused made the said misrepresentation, she well knew that she had a duty to disclose all financial interests to the municipality in terms of the Systems Act in reference to the disclosure forms and or councillors' gift register forms. Second bullet point, the amount received as per column 4 from the persons as per column 3 were not disclosed to the municipality, and or the amount as per column 4 was for her benefit, either directly or indirectly.
Yebo ke leli cala sikulona ke lona libhekene nommangalelwa ongoqala kuphela lapha kuthiwa khona ke kwetheswa ummangalelwa oqala iqala ke lomkhonyovu laphana ezimalini ngokuthi ke angabeki obala iqiniso eliqondene nesimo sezimali izinto ezithize ezidinga ziveziwe ukuthi imali engiyitholayo akuyona lena eyiholo lami kuphela, kwaba khona ezinye ezigodlekayo okungokwephula umthetho-ke ukuthi umuntu kulesi sigaba angavezi konke obala ngemihlomulo nezimali ayitholayo. Lokho-ke kuqondene nommangalelwa wokuqala kuphela. Siyabonga.
Ms. Gumede, IGP to count 113 to 120.
Not guilty to that count, or to those counts, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Naidu.
The plea accords with my instructions, Madam.
Thank you. Ms. Lappin.
State moves on to count number 121 to 126, which is on page 94. Accused charged on this count. These counts are accused number 1 to 5 and 9 to 22. It reads as follows: that the accused are guilty of the crime of corruption in contravention of section 3 subsection B, read with sections 1, 2, 20, 24, 25 and 26 of the Prevention of and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004 and read with section 269 capital A and section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 and further read with section 51 subsection 2 part 2 of schedule 2 of Act 105 of 1997. The offence reads as corruption, giving of a benefit, in that on or about the dates as per column 2 of Schedule F, and at or near Durban in the district of Durban, the accused acting in concert with each other and with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose, directly or indirectly, and unlawfully gave or agreed to or offered to give accused number 6, 7, and 8, the persons identified as CDCs and councillors, any gratification, whether for the benefit of that accused or for the benefit of any other person, the amount as per column 4, which payments were made from the accounts of persons as per column 3, or cash payments in order that accused 1 acted personally and or influencing and or conspiring with other persons to which accused 2, 3, 4, 5 and 9 in a manner. Can I stop there, my lady, so that the interpreter might interpret? It's in the middle of page 95.
Thank you. Icala elilandelayo lelo ke elibhekene no mangalelo oqala kuya kwesihlanu equals 1 to 5 na ku 9 kuya 22 Icala ke lalapho ke ababhekene nalo icala ke elibizwa ngokuthi ngelenkohlakalo ngemithetho ke nama-sections njengoba umshushisi wethu ewafundile nezigatshana zakhona. Lapho kuthiwa kusetshenziswa-ke umthetho ongunumber 51 ngxenye yesibili nohlala khona ngolwesibili emthethweni ka-105 umthetho ka-1997. Lana-ke kukhulunywa ngamacala enkohlakalo noma-ke ukuhlomulisa omunye umuntu ngokungemthetho njengoba kuthiwa-ke nje laphana-ke bakhona abantu abahlomula lapha njengoba kuchaziwe laphana-ke ukuthi la macala ayenzeka khona lapha eThekwini futhi kusifunda-nkantolo sakhona lapha eThekwini. Njengoba kuthiwa-ke khona owahlomula lapha umangalo lo ngunumber 6, 7 no-8 labo-ke ababebizwa ngo-DCBC lana-ke okungamagaba amakhansela-ke athola-ke noma yintoni itholwa ngokungemthetho. Kusho ukuthi icala lilonke nje elokuhlomulisa inzuzo ngendlela ephambanayo nomthetho njengoba-ke sichaziwe isigatshana okhalum 4 ukuthi lokho kuzenzeka kanjani nokuthi-ke kokunye umangalelwa ongunumber 1 ubekwenza lokhu ezimele njengayedwana noma-ke esebenzisa amandla akhe ukuba-ke lawo mandla akhe abe nefuzamthelela ekutheni abanye kube khona abakwenzayo njenganje umangalelo number 2 no-3 no-4 no-5 kanye nomangalelo ongunumber 9.
That amounts to the subsection AA, illegal, dishonest, unauthorized, incomplete or biased. BB, use of information or material acquired in the course of the exercise and carrying out a performance of any powers, duties and functions arising out of a constitutional, statutory, contractual or any other legal obligations. Subsection 2, that amounts to the abuse of a position of authority. BB, a breach of trust, or CC, the violation of legal duties and a set of rules. Subsection 3, Roman numeral 3, designed to achieve unjustified results, or Roman numeral 4, the amounts to any other unauthorized or improper inducement to do or not to do anything. To wit, on page 96, the accused 1 influencing and or conspiring with accused 2, 3, 4, 5 and 9 to circumvent the lawful SCM processes for the DSW tender and cause the irregular amount award for the DSW tender to the entities Ilanga, Ompile Tabang, Uznigela and El Shaddai, within brackets service provider, by causing or effecting the said service providers themselves to use entities, namely Bushle Bavango, Atikona, or Bushle Goa, for the payments to the selected councillors, political organizations and business forums, hence firmly establishing accused number 1's position as mayor of eThekwini, and or the increase and to increase and solidify accused number 1's favor and support in the political arena shall be guilty of an offense. These relevant counts 121 to 126 is read with Schedule F, which is on page number 96 and 97.
Sorry, my lady, just before the interpreter steps in, I'm trying to understand the purport of our recording, that our clients are familiar with the body of the charge. If we're going to be reading them out again.
Just needs to understand, and I think now maybe for the third or fourth time is nothing, that the contents of every charge, the details, counsel as well as the accused have confirmed that they are dispensing with the need for all of that to be read.
I hear you, lady. I can dispense with reading out of the statutory.
But you would need to read out the statutory part, the main parts. There's no need to read every like to wit and all the details. They have confirmed.
My lady, I hear what counsel has indicated, what the court has directed. The state would humbly ask the court to allow me to dispense with reading out of the statutory provisions. I do see merit in that. But if the court would allow me to read the two
I
wit
think
part.
it is very important to read the statutory part because that is what the accused are being charged with. The crime is in terms of specific sections which counsel have indicated that they have now explained to the accused each of the sections.
My lady, the part then that I'm just being, that then remains to be read out is just a small paragraph, just for completeness sake. Where I do accept, where the charge is very lengthy, then I do accept to leave it out. But if I could, where the charges are not that lengthy, if I could just for completeness sake finish it.
Ms. Lakin, there's no opposition and there's a clear indication to the court that everybody understands what is written here. But should you wish to do it that way, I am not going to stop.
As court. So that would dispense of the counts 121 to 126.
So can I get you need to interpret the last bit, please, Mr. Interpreter.
From page 95, the middle.
Bekubeka laphana ke ukuthi ke njoba sishilo sathi ke icala leli ke elokuhlomulisa inzuzo ngokungemthetho kuthiwa ke umangalelo ongu number 1 bebuye ke asebenzise amandla akhe kusho ukuthi ngokwesikhundla bese ke laphana ke kuba khona ukwephula kwemithetho ethize noma lokubhotshiswa kwengalo yomthetho ngandlela thize inhloso ke kuyikona ukuthi kube khona okuzuzekayo noma ke kungasazuzeki ngendlela esemthethweni ikona ke lokho ke kuthiwa ke bese kubalwa kwabantu lana ke abanye abamangalelwa mangalelo oqala abesebenzisana nabo ekwenzeni lokho okungukuphula ke umthetho ngokwalo. Siyabona.
Accused number 1, how do you plead to the charges?
I'm not
Not guilty.
Accused number 2. Accused number 3.
Not guilty.
Accused number 4.
Not guilty.
Accused number 5.
Not guilty, my lady.
Not guilty.
Number 9.
Not guilty.
Accused number 10.
Not guilty.
Accused number 11.
Not guilty.
Accused number 12. So accused number 11 on behalf of accused number 13. Accused number 13.
Not guilty.
Accused number 14.
Not guilty.
Accused number 15. Number 16. Number 17. Number 18.
Not guilty.
19. 20. 21. 22. Thank you. Mr. Naidu?
The plea accords with my instructions in respect of accused 1, 2, and 4, my lady.
Mr. Matansela?
The plea tendered by the accused number 3 is in accordance with my instructions.
Ms. Collins?
Please in accordance with my instructions.
Ms. Ntuli?
The plea is in accordance with the instructions.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Please in accordance with instructions, my lady.
Mr. Ramachan?
My lady, please according to my instructions.
Mr. Makigaba?
Confirm the plea, my lady.
Mr. Woodley?
Confirm that the plea accords with my instructions.
Thank you.
Counts number 127 to 128, accused 6, 7, and 8, in that the accused are guilty of the crime of contravening the provisions of section 4.1, subsection A, read with section 1, 2, 21, 24, and 25, and 26 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, 12 of 2004 and read with Section 269A and Section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. It reads as corruption accepting a benefit. In that on or about the dates as per column 2 of Schedule G, at or near Durban in the district of Durban, the accused acting in concert with each other and with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose, and who held the position of councillors in the eThekwini municipality, and as such a public officer directly or indirectly, and unlawfully accepted or agreed to accept or offered to accept any gratification, namely payments as per column 4 for the service from the service providers or entities used by the service providers as per column 3, whether for the benefit of themselves or for the benefit of any other person, in order to act personally or by influencing another person so to act in a manner that is set out in the indictment on Roman numeral 1, Roman numeral 2, and Roman numeral 3, to wit, by accepting the payments from service providers of the eThekwini municipality to enable selected councillors, political organizations, and business forums to receive payments so as to firmly establish the accused one's position as mayor of the eThekwini municipality and or increase and solidify the accused one's favor and support in the political arena, are guilty of the offense of corrupt activities relating to public offices. Under this count, my lady, counts number 127 to 128, there are alternatives. It's the first, second. Two alternatives.
So just read the preambles to the alternatives.
What pleases? First alternative to 127 to 128, accused 6, 7, and 8, in that the accused are guilty of the crime of contravening the provisions of Section 3, subsection A, read with Section 1, Section 2, 21, 24, 25, and 26 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004, and read with Section 269, capital A, and Section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, corruption, accepting of a benefit, in that on or about the dates as per column 2 of Schedule G, at or near Durban in the district of Durban, the accused acting in concert with each other or with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose, did directly or indirectly and unlawfully accept and or agree and or offer to accept any gratification, namely the payments as per column 4 from the service providers as per column 3, whether for the benefit of themselves and or for the benefit of any other person, in order to act personally or by influencing any other person to act in a manner, and it's set out in the Roman numeral 1, 2, and 3, and 4, which then reads that the accused is guilty of the offense of corruption. Second alternative, to count number 127 to 126, for accused 6, 7, and 8, the accused are guilty of the crime of contravening the provisions of Section 10, subsection A, read with Sections 1, 2, 20, 21, and 24, 25, and 26 of the Prevention of and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004, read with Section 269A and Section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. The offense reads as party to an employment in that on or about the dates as per column 2 of Schedule G, at or near Durban in the district of Durban, the accused acting in concert with each other and with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose, who was a party to the employment relationship by virtue of their positions as councillors in the eThekwini municipality, did unlawfully, directly or indirectly accept an unauthorized gratification, namely payment as per column 4 from service providers as per column 3, whether for the benefit of themselves or for the benefit of any other persons in respect of the party doing any act in relation to the exercise, carrying out, or performance of that party's powers, duties, or functions within the scope of the party's employment relationship. the accused are guilty of receiving or offering an unauthorized gratification.
Yebo, ecaleni ke lika 127 kuye hamba ke kuze kufike ku 128 abamangalelwa esikhuluma ngabo lapha ke ummangalelwa wesithupha, owesikhombisa nowesishiyagalombili. Icala kababhekene nalo icala ke lenkohlakalo noma ke kungaba icala lokwamukela noma ukukhipha amantshontsho lapha ke mawuboshwa yethu ephoyiseni okhipha into yokuhlela lapha ke abamangalelwa uhlelo lakhona ke ilokosi njengoba kuvela lapha ku column 2 bathi ku schedule G lapha ke kuvela kona lokho ukuthiwa ke amantshontsho lawa ke abephuma ngena kuleli cala kwelokuthi ke ummangalelwa ongu number 1 kuthiwa qina dolo kuye lapha ngaba isesikhundleni sokuba imeya noma ke lapha na ke esikhundleni sakhe kwezombusazwe phecelezi ke endimeni yepolitiki. Ibilapho ke indaba kuthiwa mangibonile nami ngokubona sesi.
I'm not sure what's funny because this is rather serious, the reading of the indictment. There's a problem with the interpretation, but this is serious, please, it's not a joke.
I can be of assistance because I understand Zulu. The interpreter is interpreting using the metaphors that are known to people who are to refer to
Well,
corruption.
in any event, even if metaphors are being used, Mr. Interpreter, let's stick to the language that's there, because this is not a laughing matter. It's rather serious that we are facing very serious charges here.
The request, please, my lady. Yebo ke injalo indaba ukuthi ke isimo besiba isimo esinjalo ukuthi ke kuphume amantshontsho kanje ilona cala elikhulu lelo noma kungehlelwa ke kwelingenzantsana ngesisindo somthetho kodwa ke noma kunjalo kusazoba ikona ukukhipha imali ngokwenkohlakalo noma ukwamukela imali ngokwenkohlakalo ilelo icala abamangalela ababhekene nalo. Yabonga.
So, accused number 6, how do you plead?
I am not guilty. Not guilty, my lady.
Accused number 7
Not guilty, my lady.
and accused number 8.
Not guilty, my lady.
Mr. Nair,
May it please the court, my lady, that please accord with my instructions.
thank you.
Page number 102, count number 129. Counsel refers to all accused contraventions of section 21, subsection B, subsection C, read with sections 1, 2, 24, 25, and 26 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act number 12 of 2004, and further read with section 51, subsection 2, part 2 of schedule 2 of Act 105 of 1997. Conspiracy to commit corruption. In that on or about the dates as per column 2 of schedules F and G and at or near Durban in the district of Durban, the said accused persons conspired with any other persons, each other, or that is B, C, aids, abets, induces, incites, instigates, instructs, commands, counsels, or procures any other person, with each other to wit, to facilitate and manipulate the tender process of the DSW tender or contract in the eThekwini municipality in favor of accused number 12, 14, 17, and 20, namely Langa, Uzinikela, Ompila Tabang, and El Shaddai, who are service providers, and to cause benefits to each other and or to cause the service providers of the eThekwini municipality and enable selected councillors, political organizations, and business forums to receive payments so as to firmly establish accused number one's position as mayor of eThekwini municipality and to increase and solidify accused number one's favor and support in the political arena, to commit the offences in terms of this act and are guilty of an offence.
Yebo, icala elilandelayo liyana ke kusukela lapha ke manje ku 129 libhekene nabo bonke ke abamangalelwa njengoba kusho lapha ke ku column esibili luka F no G. Icala ke okuyilona abamangalelwa ababhekene nalo lapha icala lokwakha ke itulo lokuba ke kusetshenziswe inkohlakalo noma ke ukuvumelana ngetulo lokusebenzisa inkohlakalo. Inhloso ngqangi kuba ke kuholele ophathe noma kuyengwe umasipala lapha ke ngokumluthela ke kutheni gcine sekuphumeke amathenda ngendlela nokho engashayi khona noma engahambi ngokomthetho lapha na ke kumasipala waseThekwini, ukuze ke laba abalandelayo kube yibona abazohlomula ngalokho. Umangalelwa ke we-12, 14, 17 nama-20 lapha ke okuthiwa ke uzuzinikele noma ke uMphile Thabang noma uEl Shaddai, labo ke obengabantu abasebenza kulomkhakha ke obizwa ngokuthi ngo-service provider uma sizoboleka ulimi lwasemzini. Lelo ke icala elikhulu nanokuthi ke lapha ke bethiwe ke sizohlafunisana sihlafuneni sonke senzele ukuthi ke nami senongibheka phela esikhundleni sami lesiya sami isikhundla ke sokuba ngumeya noma ke kubonakala ukuthi hayi ngihlezi ngizinzile nami lapha ke kwezombusazwe phecelezi political arena. Thank you.
Accused number 1, how do you plead?
Icala likumama noma aliphika
You plead.
not guilty, my lady.
Number 2. Number 3.
Not guilty.
Number 4. Accused number 5. Number 6.
Not guilty, my lady.
Number 7.
Not guilty, my lady.
Number 8.
Not guilty, my lady.
Number 9. Not guilty. Number 10.
Not guilty.
Number 11.
Not guilty.
Number 12, represented by number 13.
Not guilty, my lady.
Number 14.
Not guilty, my lady.
Number 15. Not guilty. Accused 16. Not guilty. Accused number 17. Not guilty. Number 18.
Not guilty.
Number 19.
Not guilty.
Number 20.
Not guilty.
Number 21. And number 22. Mr. Naidu.
I confirm that the plea accords with my instructions in respect of accused 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8.
Mr. Madonsela.
I similarly confirm that the plea is in accordance with my instructions.
Ms. Collins.
Accused 5's plea is in accordance with my instructions.
Ms. Ntuli.
I confirm, my lady, that the plea is in line with my instructions.
Mr. Jorgensen.
The pleas are in accordance with my instructions, my lady.
Mr. Lamata.
Please are in accordance with my instructions.
Mr. Maggie Kapa.
Confirm the plea.
And Mr. Woodley.
I confirm the plea according to my instructions.
Page number 103 starts with counts number 130 to 132. Accused number 1 only, that the accused is guilty of the crime of contravening the provisions of section 4 Subsection 1, subsection A, read with sections 1, 2, 21, 24, 25, and 26 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004, read with section 269, capital A, and section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. Corruption, in that of accepting a benefit. In that, on or about the dates as per column 2 of Schedule H at or near Durban in the district of Durban, the accused acting in concert with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose, and who was employed as the mayor of the eThekwini municipality, KwaZulu-Natal, and as such a public officer directly or indirectly accepted or agreed or offered to accept any gratification of, as per column 6, into the bank accounts, as per column 5, from accused, as per column 4, whether for the benefit of herself or for the benefit of any other person, in order to act personally or by influencing another person, to wit, accused number 2, 3, 4, and 5, so to act in a manner that is set out in the Act as Roman numeral 1, double A and double B, to Roman numeral 2, double A, double B, and double C, Roman numeral 3, and Roman numeral 4, to wit, by influencing or instructing accused number 2, 3, 4, and 5 to circumvent the lawful SCM process of the DSW tender and cause the irregular award of the DSW tender to entities namely Elanga, Ompila Tabang, Nigella, and El Shaddai. My lady, this count reads with 4 alternatives, which are from page number 104 to page number 109. May I proceed to refer to the alternatives before handing over to the interpreter? First alternative to count number 130 to 132, that the accused is guilty of the crime of contravening the provisions of section 3A, read with sections 1, 2, 21, 24, and 25, and 26 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004, read with section 269 capital A and section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. Corruption, accepting of a benefit, in that on or about the dates as per column 2 and Schedule H at or near Durban in the district of Durban, the accused acted in concert with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose, did directly or indirectly accept or agreed to accept or agreed and or offered to accept any gratification, namely payments as per column 6 into the bank accounts as per column 5, the amounts as per column 6 from persons as per column 4, whether for the benefit of a self or benefit for another person as per column 3. Once again, the reference in the indictment is referred to the provisions as per Roman numeral 1, AA, and BB, Roman numeral 2, AA, BB, and CC, and Roman numeral 3 and 4. Second alternative of counts 130 to 132, accused number 1, in that the accused is guilty of the offense of contravening the provisions of section 10A, read with section 1, 2, 20, 21, 24, 25, and 26 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act number 12 of 2004, read with section 269 capital A and section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, accepting of a benefit, party to an employment. In that on or about the dates as per column 2, my lady, the indictment should read of Schedule H, which is a typing error, just the Schedule H is left out. There's no objections to the addition of that. And at or near Durban, in the district of Durban, the accused acting in concert with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose, was party to an employment relationship by virtue of a position as mayor of eThekwini municipality, did directly and indirectly accept, agreed, or agrees or offers to accept from any persons any unauthorized gratification from the accused as per column 4 in the amount as per column 6, whether for the benefit of the accused, and there is also an error here, it should be accused 1 and not 16, for the benefit of any persons as per column 3. This section then, it's as the court had indicated, not necessary to go into the whole thing, the whole reading out of the rest of the section in the two-word part. The state then alleges that the accused is guilty of the offence of receiving or offering an unauthorized gratification. The third alternative reads as follows, that the accused is guilty of the crime of contravening the provisions of section 12(1), subsection 1, subsection A, subsection Roman numeral 1, subsection AA, and subsection Roman numeral 2, read with sections 1, 2, 21, 20, 21, 24, 25, and 26 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004, and read with section 269, capital A, and section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, accepting of a benefit relating to contracts, in that on or about the dates as per column 2 of Schedule H, at or near Durban in the District of Durban, the accused acting in concert with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose, who by virtue of a position as mayor of eThekwini municipality did directly or indirectly and unlawfully accept or agrees or offers to accept any gratification to wit, as per column 6, from persons as per column 4, whether for the benefit of accused 1 or for the benefit of any other persons as per column 3. The section is read with Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2. The two-wit aspect of it relates to further averments by the state, and the state alleges that avers that this makes the accused guilty of the offence of receiving or offering an unauthorized gratification. The fourth alternative to counts number 1 to 132, not 131, my lady, should be 132. Accused 1, in that on or about the accused is that the accused is guilty of the crime of contravening the provisions of section 13, subsection 1, subsection A, Roman numeral 1, subsection B, read with sections 1, 2, 20, 21, 24, 25, 26 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004, and read with section 269, capital A, and section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, accepting of a benefit, procuring and withdrawal of tenders. In that on or about the dates as per column 2 of Schedule H, at or near Durban in the District of Durban, the accused by virtue of a position as mayor of eThekwini municipality did directly or indirectly and unlawfully accepts or agrees or offers to accept any gratification to wit as per column 6 from persons as per column 4, whether for the benefit of accused 1 or for the benefit of any other persons as per column 3. Read with the provisions of the legislation, subsection A and subsection Roman numeral 1. State alleges that the accused is guilty of the offence of receiving or offering an unauthorized gratification. The counts number 130 to 132 with the alternatives are read with Schedule H, which reads amounts paid by Ilanga and El Shaddai, and it ends on page 109. Schedule H is on page 109.
Yebo kuleli cala ke sihamba ke sisuka laphana ke manje ku 130 siya ku 132 lapha ke icala futhi libhekene nomangalelwa wokuqala nje kuphelanga ngokwemthetho nemtheshwana yakhona ke aseyifundile umshushisi icala ke elenkohlakalo noma ke ukwamukela inhlongo kubekiwe ke konke kodwa icala elikhulu mangalelwa oqala abhekene nalo lenkohlakalo ke yokwamukela intshontsho kule ndawo. Kuhambe bese kuba khona kuthiwa naloku ke ngithi kubaliwe ke abantu noma izinkampani ezazo zalokho lapha phansi zizuza ke zihlomula kumathenda akhe umasipala lona. Kuhamba ke kuze kufike la sithi khona ke kusecaleni elingaba ngaphansana ngesisindo noma ngesigwebo mase sikhuluma ngento ekuthiwa phecelezi i-alternative. Lapha ke kuthiwa first alternative sikhuluma ke ngokuthi lana ke umangalela ongenana ngathweswa icala lokwephula umthetho nakhona lapho awufundile umshushiso lokuthiwa section 3 isigaba sokona nalena ke eminye elandelayo engingajomba lapho ke nakhona futhi lapho noma sokwe ngaphansana ngesisindo kodwa icala kuseyilona inkohlakalo yokwamukela intshontsho. Abanye bathi ke sikhuluma ngokugwazisa. Kuhambe ke lapho ke kuze kufinyelele futhi kwenye ke i-alternative bathi phecelezi i-second alternative la nakhona lapho kusabhekene nomangalelo oqala yedwa kubekiwe ke lapho icala umangalelo abhekene nalo ukuthi ke uphule imiphi imithetho njengoba umshishi seyifundile. Lapho sesikhuluma ke ngento ka section 10A nayo yonke leyo mthethwana ke elandelayo lapho icala kodwa ke lana ke sokuthiwa ukwamukela intshontsho noma amantshontsho ke abhekane nokunikezana noma ukuphana umsebenzi. Lapho ke kubaliwe ke izinkampani ezasizakala lapho noma abantu abasizakala lapho yonke into ke ebhaliwe lapho nokuthi ngaba umangalelo ubani njengoba kuthiwa lapha nje umangalelo obaliwe number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 okuthiwa ke wayebafaka incindezi umangalelo oqala ukuze leli tulo ke liphumelele. Nalezi inkampani ke ezilandelayo lapho ke kutholakala amathenda ayalapha ngelanga plain tavano uzozinikela no El Shaddai ngokunjalo. Usidluleke mhlambe siye ke kwesithathu alternative singathi i-third alternative lapha ke ngolimi lokubolekwa nayo isaqondene namangalelo oqala kuphela. Nemthethwana ke nemthetho sisekele khona lapha ke imithetho esekela konke lokhu ke athweswa ngakwecala umangalelo oqala. Lapha ke kuleli lesithathu isigaba sokuthiwa lapho ke walamukela intshontsho ukuze kuphumeke lokho esikubiza phecelezi ama-contract. Khona lapho ke umangalelo kuthiwa wayesebenzisa isikhundla sakhe namandla anawo ngokungemthetho ukuze kwenzeke lokho ke okufanele kwenziwe ngendlela ke nokho engekho emthethweni njengoba bebaliwe ke kube ngithi ngizwe sokuthi angithi abazalwane ngoba ngijwayele sonke abamangalelwa lapha ke sibale uwesibili, wesithathu, wesine nowesihlanu nowesithupha. Kanti ihamba ke lento ke iziyogcina laphana ke lapha khona ke phecelezi i-fourth alternative to count 130 to 131 nakhona lapho ke kusafekene nayo umangalelwa uqala yedwa nje. Ikhona ke imithethwana yakhona esekela lokhu njengoba ke umshushisi wethu eyifunde kahle yonke wayiqaphula. Lapha ke futhi kuthiwa ke umangalelwa wamukela intshontsho noma ukuthola ke ngendlela engafanele lokhu akutholayo kuze kukwazi ukuthi kuphume namathenda lapho. Kusho ukuthi ke ngesizulu esiqondile ikona lokho ngithi ke kwaba khona ukugwazelana ukuze ke amathenda ke aphume ke ekekela nje ehamba lugugumbe okwenkalankala ebheke lapho ke eqondiswe khona. Iyo ke lento ke manje yenza ke sikutholakala sokubala nabantu ababecindezeleka ke lapho ke ukuthi nabo bazithu besebenza njengoba kuthiwa abenze njengommangalelo wesibili, wesithathu, wesine nowesihlanu, kanti nabo bebevele phela beqashela phana kumasipala waseThekwini. Yahamba kanjalo ke indaba ukuze sigcine sesinaleli cala. Yabonga.
Accused number 1, county plead to counts 130 to 132 together with the 4 alternatives.
Macala ke ma'am asuka ke to 130 131 njengoba sesishintsha qondele noma number 1 kuphela. Ngabe ke uma la macala noma yaphika kwisimo sina. Not guilty to all those counts, my lady. It has never happened.
Thank you. Mr. Naidu.
For the record, my lady, there are certain amendments to the indictment. We have no objections to those amendments being effected.
Chair, I think you must also, Ms. Larkin, just go through them properly tomorrow before you read them, and any alterations anywhere, just bring it to council's attention. Yes, thank you.
Insofar as the pleas are concerned, they are according to instructions.
Thank you. Count 133.
Count 133 as well. It has 4 alternatives from page 110 to 116. Counts 133 relates to accused number 18, 19 and 20, that the accused are guilty of the crime of corruption in contravention of section 3B, read with sections 1, 2, 20, 24, 25 and 26 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004, read with section 269A and section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. Corruption, this is giving of a benefit. In that on or about the date 22 March 2018, as per Schedule H, at or near Durban in the district of Durban, the accused acting in concert with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose, directly or indirectly and unlawfully gave or agreed to or offered to give to accused number 1 any gratification, whether for the benefit of that accused or for the benefit of any other person, an organization, namely the ANC eThekwini region, the amount of 100,000 rand from the account of El Shaddai, whom accused number 19 is the sole member and accused number 18 was in control of running, accused 20 being El Shaddai, in order for accused 1 to act personally or by influencing another person, to wit, accused 2, 3, 4 and 5 in a manner that is set out in the legislation, reading in the indictment as Roman numeral number 1 AA BB, Roman numeral 2 AA BB and CC, Roman numeral number 3 and Roman numeral number 4, to wit, by influencing accused 2, 3, 4 and 5 to circumvent the lawful SCM process for the DSW tender and cause the irregular award of the DSW tender to namely the entities Ilanga, Mpile Tabang, Uznigela and El Shaddai. The first alternative to count number 133, accused number 18, 19 and 20, that the accused are guilty of the crime of corruption in contravention of section 4, subsection 1, subsection B, read with sections 1, 2, 4, subsection 2, subsection 20, 24, 25 and 26 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004, read with section 269 capital A and section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, corruption, giving of the benefit. Just to read the preamble to the charge, in that on or about the 22nd of March 2018, As per Schedule H, Attorney Durban in the District of Durban, the accused acting in concert with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose directly or indirectly and unlawfully gave or agreed to or offered to give any gratification to the public officer, to a public officer, to wit, accused number 1, or for the benefit of another person, an organization, to wit, ANC eThekwini region, the amount of 100,000 rands from the account of accused number 20, within brackets Al Shaddai, whom accused number 19 is a sole member and accused number 18 was in control of running Al Shaddai, in order for accused number 1 to act personally or by influencing another person, to wit, accused 2, 3, 4, and 5, in a manner that relates to the, as indicated in the indictment, in the legislation, Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, and 4. The charge ends with the accuser guilty of receiving or offering an unauthorized gratification. Second alternative to count number 133, accused number 18, 19, and 20, that the accused are guilty of the crime of contravening the provisions of section 10b, read with section 1, section 2, 20, 21, 24, 25, and 26 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004, read with section 269 capital A, section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, giving of a benefit party to an employment. In that, on or about the 22nd of March 2018, Attorney Durban in the District of Durban, the accused acting in concert with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose directly and or indirectly gives or agrees to offer to give accused 1 who was a party to an employment relationship by virtue of a position as mayor of eThekwini municipality an unauthorized gratification, to wit, 100,000 rand for the benefit of accused number 1 or for the benefit of any other person, to wit, an organization, the ANC eThekwini region.
Okay, now,
Right.
your amount there reads 10,000 on page 113.
I see that, my lady, with leave of the court, may I amend that to read 100,000 as it is appears in the main count. The second alternative will end with guilty of the offense of receiving or offering an unauthorized gratification. The third alternative to count 133, accused number 18, 19, and 20, in that the accused are guilty of the crime of contravening the provisions of 12 subsection 1b, Roman numeral 1, A subsection AA, subsection Roman numeral 2, read with sections 1, 2, 20, 21, 24, 25, 26 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004 and read with section 269 capital A and section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. In that on or about the 22nd of March 2018, Attorney Durban in the District of Durban, the accused acting in concert with persons known and unknown to the state, furtherance of a common purpose, did directly or indirectly, and unlawfully gives or agrees or offers to give a gratification, to wit, 100,000 rand to accused number 1, whether for the benefit of the accused number 1 or for the benefit of any other person, an organization, to wit, the ANC eThekwini region, in order to improperly influence in any way the promotion, execution, or procurement of any contract with a public body, private organization, corporate body, or any other organization or institution. The charge also is read with Roman numeral 2 of the relevant legislation, and the state alleges that the accused is guilty of an offense. The fourth alternative to count number 133 for accused number 18, 19, and 20, that the accused is guilty of the crime of contravening the provisions of 13.2 subsection A, subsection Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2, read with sections 1, 2, 20, 21, 24, 25, 26 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004 and read with section 269A, capital A, and section 270 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, giving a benefit, procuring and withdrawal of tenders. And that on or about the 22nd day of March 2018 at or near Durban in the district of Durban, the accused, acting in concert with persons known and unknown to the state in the furtherance of a common purpose, did directly or indirectly and unlawfully gives or agrees or offers to give any gratification, to wit, 100,000 rand to accused one, whether for the benefit of accused one or for the benefit of any other person, namely an organization, namely the ANC eThekwini region, as read with the legislation, subsection A, subsection Roman numeral 1, Roman numeral 2, and Roman numeral 3. Actually, not Roman numeral 2, which is Roman numeral 2 is the to-wit, which is referred to in the main charge of 133, are guilty of the offense of receiving or offering an unauthorized gratification. That would now take care of count number 133.
Yebo, icala ke leli ke manje sithi ke libhekene nalaba ke abamangalelwa abalandelanayo icala ke lona 133 mangalelo ophatheka lapho oweshumi elinesishiyagalombili 18 shumi elinesishiyagalolunye 19 namashumi amabili 20. Icala ke njoba ke umshishi seseyifundile ke yonke imininingwane yakhona ma-section akhona okukhulunywa ngawo ngokuphula kwaleli cala noma ngithi ngokwephula kwalo mthetho icala ke lenkohlakalo noma ke kona ukukhipha intshontsho lokho esikhulume ngako kubalwa ke ukuthi ke umangalelwa ongu-number 1 wayekhipha ke lelo ntshontsho nje noma lowo mhlomulo ehlomulisa bani makade kwenze njani njengoba sizwa ukuthi lapha kuhamba ke kuze kufike esambeni sika 100,000 rand okukhulunywa ngaso lapha kuthinteka ke neqembu likakhongolose lapha na ke kwesikubiza ngokuthi eThekwini region. Lolu cala ke lihamba ke libaleke bonke abantu abathintekayo lapho kuze ke kufike ukuthi ke uma ke laba bamangalala benganakulahlwa ngalo mthetho singehlela ngenzansi ke kwecala elinesinjana esithanda uba ngaphansi kwalelo ngenhla phecelezi ke i-alternative count eyokuqala qondene nami umangalelwa ngo-18, 19 and 20 icala ke ababhekene nalo kuseyilo lelo elinesihloko esithi ngaba inkohlakalo ngokuhlomulisana isihambe ke futhi kube khona ke i-alternative engeyesibili isabhekene nabamangalelwa abafana 18, 19 and 20 lapho ke icala sokuthiwa ke ababhekene nalo ukukhipha umhlomulo okanye lona intshontsho leli ngokweyamana ke manje nomsebenzi ephecelezi employment nakhona lapho kuyabalwa ukuthi icala lenziwe la kusifunda nkantolo sethu saseThekwini lapho ke kubalwa khona umangalelwa oqala ukuthi ke wayevumelana nalokhu kungaba ukwenze lokho ngale ndlela esithi direct ukuthi azibambele mathupha noma ke asebenzise isisindo sesikhundla sakhe ukuba ke abe ke useyaphatheka naye kulo leli cala lapho kukhulunywa khona ngaso isisindo mangithi ke na ngikhulume ngesamba sika 100,000 rand lona esikhuluma ngawo. Kukhalazwa ke ngokuthi ke umangalelo ongu number 1 ubesebenzisa isikhundla sakhe njengemeya yeTheku, kube yiko ke akusebenzisa phecelezi njenge-influence afake ingcindezi nokuthi ke izinqumo ezithathwa lapho ke zibe nefuzamthelela lokuthi ubefake amandla akhe anawo ngokwesikhundla. Bese kuzuza lezi inkampani ke ezilandelayo amathenda omphiletha bangu uzuzinikele no Elshadai labo. Ihamba ke lento izifike ke ku third alternative count nayo lapho ke kusakhulunywa ngako kuhlomulisana ngokungemthetho ukuze abantu bese bezizuzela iy'nkampani zabo zizizuzela iy'nkontileka khona belo la eThekwini. Kusakhulunywa ngaleya mali ke enkulukazi u100,000 rand. Kanti ungadlula ke laphana ke kwesithathu alternative uzuyofika kwesine okuthiwa ke phecelezi i-fourth alternative. Nalapho icala saqondene nayo umangalelo ngo-18, 19 no-20. Lapho ke sokukhulunywa ke ngendlela efanayo kusetshenziswa kodwa ke ama-sections ahlukeneyo omthetho, kodwa icala kuseyiko ukukhipha intshontsho noma ukuhlomulisana ngokungemthetho, ikakhulukazi ke makuziwa endabeni yamathenda. Lokho kwenzeka khona lapha ke eThekwini kusafaka yena ke umangalelo wokuqala ukuthi wayengena lapha kuzwakale ngwesisindo sakhe ngokwesikhundla, bese ke kuba khona izinto ezenzekayo kodwa ngendlela engashayi khona neze neze ukuba ke sesize safika kuleli cala nje. Angibonge.
Accused number 18. How do you plead?
Not guilty, my lady.
Accused number 19 and accused number 20.
Court pleases, my lady, I confirm that the pleas accord the instructions that I have received.
Perhaps we should start tomorrow, I think, with the
I agree, my lady.
So tomorrow we'll commence from counts 134 onwards. And we will have an indictment. You could also just, the index and email
Yes,
it
we'll
to
have that
the
ready
register
tomorrow.
and give it to all the counsel. It will assist us all. And the court will rise until
Sorry,
10
my lady.
o'clock tomorrow.
Before the court rises, may I raise an issue of a personal nature, please? I have spoken to my colleagues. The coming weekend, I have a family commitment in Johannesburg. My request was that we sit until 1 o'clock on Friday. If my lady is amenable, then I can book my tickets.
I'm sure everybody will want the weekend off, eh?
Thank you, my lady.
You have an objection, Mr. Marinson?
No, I was wondering if you would be here on Friday.
Well, it depends how we go, but we're going to complete reading the charges in the pleas, at least. And talk to us.
We agree that we will start with the work in March.
Yes.
So if we finish by Friday.
How